The second race is now official. Andrew Morgan Besser, our winner's circle attendant. The blanket for Mickey and Minnie pays $210, $210, and $210. It's official. 2 Rodeo Drive Deo, $240, $210. 3 Jordana Hanover, $10. 6-2 Exacta, $3. 623 Trifecta, $31.20. Daily Double 6-6, $10.80. Superfecta, $4.99. 6237. The well-decorated Mickey and Minnie, 3-year-old Bay filly by Always Be Mickey out of That's the Ticket by Roll with Joe. And bred by the ownership in Illinois, Ohio, and Connecticut. Craig Henderson, Chicago, Illinois. Robert Mondillo, Delaware, Ohio. Lawrence Minowitz, Greenwich, Connecticut. Hall of Fame trainer Chris Ryder. And winning driver Dexter Dunn, a 5-time driver of the year. And Mickey and Minnie makes it 3 in a row, a winner of the Jerry Silverman here in the Tompkins Gears. It's her 6th win in 7 starts this season. She's a millionaire. Career victory number 12 in 18 starts. 148 3/5, equaling her lifetime mark in the Shady Daisy. Now, last year, she was voted the Dan Patch Award winner for the Sports Top 2-year-old female pacer, with major victories in the Breeders' Crown, Kentucky Sire Stakes Final, and the 3 Diamonds. She loves the Meadowlands. And Mickey and Minnie scores here decisively in 148 3. The Shady Daisy, sponsored by Diamond Creek Farm and presenting Roman and Adam Bowden. So it's Mickey and Minnie in the Shady Daisy in the Purple Haze Stables Standardbred Adoption Program Winner Circle. No changes in the upcoming third race post time, 12:38, a division of the Muscle Hill. And race 3 is sponsored by Team Miller, Andy and Julie Miller, Team Orange Crush, and UMH Properties Incorporated. The third race offering Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and it starts a 20-cent pick 5. Pick 5 starts in the third with a $75,000 guarantee. And John Rallis, our co-host today, has the Winner's Circle interview.
Mickey and Minnie captures the Shady Daisy, matching her lifetime mark, 148 3. I'm here with winning trainer Chris Ryder. And Chris, just talk about this filly's performance this afternoon.
Well, we're not really surprised. She's just been a blessing from day one. She's had this year. Started last year, but this year's been fantastic. She's a little bit of a lazy filly, and she's starting to learn to race on the front, which is a plus. So it's she's such a special horse. She is a beautiful, beautiful filly. So it's just great to have her.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because it looked like when Dex did clear after that hot first quarter, it looked like he had to keep her attention. I mean, she wasn't really looking focused in that spot. Has that been a tendency of hers throughout her young career, and have you done anything to try and tinker that?
I haven't really done much. Last year she just on the front end, she just wouldn't go. She was way too lazy. And she's still a little uninterested or lazy, whatever you call it, on the front, but good enough to race, obviously. And, front end's a good place to be if you're good enough. So she doesn't have to be there. But they were slowing down pretty good after that first quarter, and Dexter didn't want David on his back if he was first over. So he made a great decision. And the rest is history, as they say.
And what's next for this filly, though, after this one? What's on her agenda from a stakes calendar standpoint?
We are racing on Thursday at Chester in the size stakes. We have to get some points and onward from there. Yep.
Obviously, later on in the program, Twinbee Joe Fresh. She just didn't look like herself, though, in that effort at Plain Ridge, Chris. What can you give us? What can you take away from that effort? What can you provide from her effort there?
Yeah, sometimes races go wrong, and what can I say? She had a little bit of tie-up afterwards, which we kind of expected. I'm not one for excuses. It was, we were a bit disappointed, but I think the 120 to 3/4 took the finish out of her. I don't think we'll see the same thing today. She's as good as ever, though.
And lastly, obviously a big winner's circle there. You had some extra owners making the trip here, and obviously John Dunn, Dexter's brother, here in town for this big day. I mean, what does it mean to you to participate on Hambo Day, especially with people close to you?
Well, I was just standing there before and thinking how lucky and blessed we are to have such a great horse and win on a day like today. It's a big stage, and it's just terrific to be here, and you've got to thank the good horses that get us here.
Congratulations, Chris. Best of luck later on in the program, and congrats again.
Thank you. Good.
All right, Mickey and Minnie, Chris Ryder, Dexter Dunn, get it done in the Shady Daisy.
They're off, giggling on the beach on the far outside with Mickey and Minnie, and Beach Babe is gunning out as well under vigorous Jingra urging. The Beautiful Things is showing up on the inside 3 across the track around the first turn. Mickey and Minnie 4th and continues on. Rodeo Drive Deo drops back to 5th on the inside. Then it's Jordana Hanover, the early trailers. Intricacy at the opening quarter. Beach Babe hustles to the top, used hard early here and stung to an opening quarter. A dazzling 25-4 for Beach Babe as Jingra grabs in and tries to ration out her speed. The Beautiful Things in the hot pocket spot. Mickey and Minnie's on the move up now out of 4th. 3rd and gaining and looking for the lead with Dexter Dunn. As they continue across the backstretch, giggling on the beach is 4th. Tightening in, Rodeo Drive Deo takes a peek to the outside, followed by Jordana Hanover. Then Intricacy is still trailing. Mickey and Minnie lands up front. What's the half going to be here? 54-1. Mickey and Minnie shooting for 3 in a row. Mickey and Minnie seizes control on Beach Babe. Second now, the Beautiful Thing shoveled to 3rd on the inside. She stayed in as they round that far turn. First up, Rodeo Drive Deo has to do it the hard way, and now second on the outside and threatening. Beach Babe locked in the pocket. 4 now. Up with live cover. Jordana Hanover 4th on the outside. The Beautiful Things was shoveled to 5th on the rail. Then it's Intricacy and giggling on the beach. Over by 3/4, Mickey and Minnie. And arch rival Rodeo Drive Dale on the outside squaring off. 3/4, 1:22 and 2 into the stretch of the Shady Daisy. It's Mickey and Minnie. Rodeo Drive Dale on the outside pouring it on, but appears to be getting the cold shoulder here. Mickey and Minnie exerting her superiority. Mickey and Minnie, and she is just toying with them in the Shady Daisy over Rodeo Drive Deo, then Jordana Hanover and giggling on the beach. 1:48 and 3/5. The Beautiful Things was 6th, Rodeo Drive Deo 2nd, Jordana Hanover 3rd, Intricacy 7th, Beach Babe 5th, Mickey and Minnie the winner, giggling on the beach 4th, rechecking at 6:23.7514, 1:48 3/5.
I'm John Campbell. Welcome to the 100th Hambletonian.
Purple Haze Standardbred Adoption Program in Oxford, New York was created in 2018 by Wanda Palacini to provide training to transition for finding homes and new careers for horses. Horses are started with groundwork and then ridden in an arena before moving on. Horses at Purple Haze are then evaluated and adopted out based on abilities and temperament. If you have a horse that you care about, or if you're looking for a great pleasure horse, contact Purple Haze Standardbred Adoption Program at 518-669-2715.
You have to get out and embrace the adventure. In Lancaster, there are so many hidden gems to explore, and the fall is the best time to do it.
Lancaster is a destination that has this incredible rich history and the countryside and the culture. We kind of have it all.
The London Classic Yearling Sale, Canada's premier standardbred auction, returns this October to the Western Fair District Agriplex. The nation's leading consigners choose the London Classic, offering hundreds of yearlings by many of the sport's leading sires, all under one roof at one of North America's best venues. Recent sale graduates include Canada's Rookie Pacing Colt of the Year, Stonebridge Wizard, O'Brien Award finalist Paquette, and O'Brien Award winning double millionaire Logan Park. The London Classic Yearling Sale, where your dollar goes further and where champions are found. Find out more at londonclassic.ca.
Once again, leading our post parades today, Cocktail Fashion, Taylor DeCoker, Crosby, Michaela Schock, Don't Mind If I Goo, Ashley Parcells, Bean's Brother, Leslie McLaren, Big Bickies, Maria Buchanan, and Real Roxy, Linda DePinto. And they'll all be at the National Standardbred Horse Show September 19th through 21st at the Horse Park in New Jersey. Three-year-old Colton Gelding trotters for race 3, start of the Pick 5, $75,000 guarantee. It's the Muscle Hill of the one Porto Barrasso As with Andy Miller for Julie Miller, Leslie's Atlantic Trot Incorporated. 2, The Money Is Back with Kevin Oscarson, trained by Jim Oscarson, Oscarson Racing Stable. Jamais Vu, number 3, with Tim Tetrick for Lucas Wallen, Wallen Racing Stable. Harbor Racing Stable, Karen Walter Momert, and Daniel Plouffe. Lefties, righties, the 4, Dexter Dunn, Jenny Melander trains for Chuck Sylvester, Charles Stansley, Lenovit Investments, and John Likowski. Karen Check, number 5, with Mark McDonald, Ray Schnitker trains and co-owns with Ted Gewertz, Arden Homestead Stable, and Steve Arnold. Happy Jack B, number 6, Okas Fonstead trains and drives for B. Nastrom, Wolfgang A. Stable, Joe Sobraco, and Jaff Racing. Travolta Hanover, number 7, Andrew McCarthy. Nancy Tactor trains for Morrison Racing Stables, John Fielding, and E5 Racing. Fave Guy, number 8, Todd McCarthy for Annette Lorenzen, ACL Stuteriab, Shell Johansson, and Annette Lorenzen, a co-owner. Sponsored by Team Miller, Team Orange Crush, Andy and Julie Miller, and UMH Properties Incorporated. Race 3, the Muscle Hill Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, start of the 20-cent pick 5. Our best bet, the 4. Lefties, righties at 2-1. Steady Green Shoe Gelding just missed in his last 2. He almost got there with a sharp 27-1 surge in the Tompkins gears and draws better with Dexter Dunn. The 7, Travolta Hanover, a lightly raced Muscle Hill colt who raced better from the rail in the Tompkins gears 2 weeks ago. Challenging draw here. 3, Jamais Vu is 3-1. Lightly raced son of Walner. He's won 3 of his last 4. He tripped out for a new mark of 153 and 1 here 3 starts back. He's in line for a similar trip. So it's a 4-7-3 call.
Race 3 is up next. The Muscle Hill for 3-year-old colts and geldings on the trot. $50,000 on the line. Sponsored by Team Miller, Annie and Julie Miller, and UMH Properties Incorporated. Now, John, when I took a look at this race, Lefties Righties and Jenny Melander really has this gelded son of Green Chew hitting on all cylinders right now. A couple of close-up second-place finishes coming into today, facing a field that I think is eminently beatable. Now, I see that Lefties Righties is 2-1. I think if that holds up, that's some value. I had this one tabbed at 7-5 at post time.
Yeah, I think he's going to go off as the favorite. I think he might go even lower than 9-5 to your point, but I can't say it's a field that I'm absolutely in love with, and ultimately I decided with a horse who I think has just been more consistent than the rest of the field. This is a horse who has been racing pretty well all year despite just 2 wins and 9 tries. The cover didn't really develop though last time out. It looked like it kind of took him some time to get into gear for this Jenny Melander trainee. I do think that this is one that seems to be trending in the right direction, and hopefully he can work out a little bit of a better trip with this draw.
John, are you a little bit more inclined to pick a horse? I mean, in this case, you didn't do that, but Jamais Vu certainly has better form than Lefties Righties in the overall picture with 3 wins and 4 starts this year. But when Jamais Vu faced the caliber of horses that he went up against in the Reynolds, Go Dog Go, Mr. Mouton, horse really didn't have a good showing. So how does Jamais Vu stack up class-wise against Lefties Righties, and is this one sharp enough to pull off a minor upset?
I think he can pull off a minor upset. I think he's got a good draw to work with here as well. And again, this isn't a group that nobody really stands out. Yeah, 4 wins and 8 tries. I mean, his resume looks pretty good in regards to that, but I think obviously when he was a non-factor against the Mr. Moutons and the Go Dog Goes, I think that was just a little bit of a too much of a class hike for him. I don't think he's classy enough to go with those trotters just yet early on in his career, but one that I think is going to be able to work out a good trip. I think he's better off a helmet. He looked a little bit green when he was on the lead at Yonkers, and it looked like he was waiting on horses. I think a helmet's going to suit him better.
Our colleague Jenna Otten likes number 7, Travolta Hanover from the Nancy Tactor Barn. 2 out of 8 on the year. Last win came in the opening leg of the New Jersey Sire Stakes and won 54-4. Travolta since then, the results have been kind of mixed. Don't know where this one is going to try to get away. What do you think Andy McCarthy's going to try and do with the 7 horse?
I think he's going to float out of here in a horse that worked out a pretty good trip last time out. He just didn't have as much pop late in the mile. It worked out a pretty good trip early and didn't have the same level of pop maybe I was accustomed to seeing. I think if you're going to go price shopping or value shopping, this is the place to do it. This is the race to do it because I do think there could be a couple of susceptible favorites, but a good try there by her with Travolta Hanover, one who was racing better earlier on, has to find his form again.
Annette Lorenzen is a trainer who sends out an awful lot of trotting power when they show up at the Meadowlands. Fave Guy is an awfully big price at 45-1. Went off stride early and last in an overnight at Chester, but was 2-1, John, and has been highly regarded at the windows in each of his last 3 starts. Can Fave Guy really get a piece at a price like this?
Yeah, he's going to need to show what he can do here on the big track. 45-1, I think he can probably close for a piece. I think, getting the job done in terms of getting his picture taken might be a little bit ambitious by virtue of the draw that he has to work with here in this spot, but I think one that can definitely close for a share at a price.
Race 3, the Muscle Hill for 3-year-old colts and geldings on the trot. Just about 90 seconds to go till post time. Want everybody to be aware that coming up we're going to have some very special interviews. Oh, John, what do you got?
I just want to say one thing, though, before we sign off. Sorry, but obviously shoes off here on Happy Jack B. I think this is one. Again, maybe I didn't factor it in my top 4, but again, I think with handicapping, though, Dave, you got to be malleable, right? You got to be able to adjust on the fly, and I think when you see shoes off in a susceptible field, it's one you really have to consider here in this pick 5 sequence. Good draw to work with, good connections, and they always find a little bit more when they go barefoot.
John, I just want you to explain to us how exactly does shoes off affect a horse?
Typically, I mean, every trainer says that it typically drops 1 or 2 seconds. Not something that you can do consistently, but you got to kind of time it when you do it. I think the track surface must be feeling great for them to be going barefoot in this spot, and this is a horse that might be able to find a little bit more. I know he hasn't hit the board in 4 tries, but maybe they want to try and find something else with this guy tonight.
All right, we're about 40 seconds of post time for the 3rd race. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. After the replay of the 3rd race, I will have my yearly State of the Meadowlands meeting and interview with our chairman and CEO. Mr. Jeff Corral is up next after the 3rd race replay. You're not going to want to miss it.
Trotters at the gate. It's post time for the third race and final call for the 20-cent pick 5. Preferred equine starting gate is rolling for the field of 8 3-year-old trotters. A division of the Muscle Hill for $50,000, sponsored by Team Miller, Andy and Julie Miller, and UMH Properties Incorporated. 9-5 on the 4 lefties, righties. 5-2 on 3, Jamais Vu. At 3-1, the 6, Happy Jack B. Trotters on gate, third race. It starts the pick 5. Here they come. Up and trotting, the money is back, is off stride. The money is back, broke, as Jamais Vu shoots out with lefties, righties, and on the inside, Porto Barrasso As cuts the corner into the top 3. So Happy Jack B right to the cones in 4th position, followed by Travolta Hanover 5th, the opening quarter. Then comes Karen Chak and Fave Guy, and far back that early breaker was The Money Is Back. 2 wide of that opening quarter. Dexter Dunn sends lefties, righties at 8-5 to the top. Strides clear 27-3. Lefties, righties by a length and 3/4 across the backstretch. Jamais Vu is second by about 2. Porto Barrasso Oz trotting in 3rd on the rail. Happy Jack B right on that one's helmet in 4th. Followed by Travolta Hanover on the inside, 5th, getting close to the half now. Karen Chak is 6th, and 6th by 2 lengths. Then it's Fave Guy, and way back The Money Is Back. Single file at the half, lefties, righties, full control, 55-4, 28-1 second quarter. Lefties, righties is the target as they hit that far turn. Jamais Vu on the inside, 2nd. Here comes Happy Jack B on the outside, uncovered 3rd. Staying in was Porto Barrasso Oz. Live cover for Travolta Hanover. Travolta hustles up 4th on the outside. Gapping is covered just a bit as they get set to pass 3/4. Then it's Karen Chak. Gapping cover 3rd over. And Fave Guy on the rail at 3/4. And they're stride for stride there. Lefties, righties, and Happy Jack B comes to call on the outside. Jamais Vu jammed in 3rd. Travolta Hanover poised to pounce 4th. 124-2. They're in the stretch drive, and it's still lefties, righties trying to fight off Happy Jack B on the outside. Lefties, righties under heavy urging. Happy Jack B, relentless lunge on the outside. The others for minor spoils. Happy Jack B on the outside, coming on. Happy Jack B, a 2-1 prevails for Okas Fonstead. Then lefties, righties, Travolta Hanover, and Jamais Vu 152. That's 6, Happy Jack B, 152 on your Brittany Farms. Slow-mo replay, Brittany Farms, upholding a tradition of breeding champions. The 4 lefties, righties, 2nd, 7, Travolta Hanover 3rd. In a photo, it's 6-4-7. Number 3, Jamais Vu was 4th. It's 6-4-7-3. Number 6, Happy Jack B. He's a 3-year-old bay son of Chapter 7 out of exotic form by Malabar Man, bred in Maryland by Winback Farm, owned by B. Nastrom Holdings, Delray Beach, Florida. Wolfgang A. Stable, Wrightstown, New Jersey. Joe Sobraco, Jaff Racing, Staten Island, New York. Okus Fonstad, Trains and Drives. First win in 5 starts this season, career victory number 3. And he takes a new mark today of 152. Final quarter on the board was 27-3. Happy Jack B, it's official, $6, $3, $2.40. 4 lefties, righties, $2.40, $2.10. 7 Travolta, Hanover, $4.40. Exacta paid $10.80, $6.4. This division of the Muscle Hill, sponsored by Team Miller, Andy and Julie Miller. That's Team Orange Crush and UMH Properties Incorporated, and presenting Olivia Miller and the UMH team. And Gary DeLeo, our Winner's Circle host, who introduces many of our fans to our drivers, trainers, and our great equine athletes. Happy Jack B, Okus Fonstad in the Purple Haze Stables. Standardbred Adoption Program, Winner's Circle. There are no changes in the upcoming 4th race, another division of the Muscle Hill. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Pick 3. The dime superfecta here, 12-12, 6-4, 7-3. Race 4, we welcome the harness racing history, Hamiltonian alumni, Grand Circuit caretakers. Punisher 11 stable replay next. Off and trotting, the money is back, is off stride. The money is back, broke, as Jamais Vu shoots out with lefties, righties, and on the inside, Porto Barrasso Os cuts the corner into the top 3. So Happy Jack B right to the cones in 4th position, followed by Travolta Hanover 5th, the opening quarter. Then comes Karen Chack and Fave Guy, and far back that early breaker was the money is back. 2 wide of that opening quarter. Dexter Dunn sends lefties, righties at 8-5 to the top. Strides clear 27-3. Lefties, righties by a length of 3/4 across the backstretch. Jamais Vu is second by about 2. Porto Barrasso Oz trotting in 3rd on the rail. Happy Jack B right on that one's helmet in 4th. Followed by Travolta Hanover on the inside, 5th, getting close to the half now. Karen Chack is 6th, and 6th by 2 lengths. Then it's Fave Guy, and way back the money is back. Single file at the half, lefties, righties, full control, 55-4, 28-1 second quarter. Lefties, righties is the target as they hit that far turn. Jamais Vu on the inside, 2nd. Here comes Happy Jack B on the outside, uncovered 3rd. Staying in was Porto Barrasso Oz. Live cover for Travolta Hanover. Travolta hustles up 4th on the outside. Gapping is covered just a bit as they get set to pass 3/4. Then it's Karen Chack. Gapping cover 3rd over. And Fave Guy on the rail at 3/4. And they're stride for stride there. Lefties, righties, and Happy Jack B comes to call on the outside. Jamais Vu jammed in 3rd. Travolta Hanover poised to pounce 4th. 124-2. They're in the stretch drive, and it's still lefties, righties trying to fight off Happy Jack B on the outside. Lefties, righties under heavy urging. Happy Jack B, relentless lunge on the outside. The others for minor spoils. Happy Jack B on the outside, coming on. Happy Jack B, a 2-1 prevails for Okus Fonstad. Then lefties, righties, Travolta Hanover, and Jamais Vu 152. Porto Barrasso Oz was 6th. The money is back 8th. Jamais Vu 4th. Lefties, righties 2nd. Karen Chack 7th. Happy Jack B the winner. Travolta Hanover 3rd. Fave Guy 5th. Rechecking 6-8-4. 27135. 152. Happy Hamiltonian Day, everyone. Welcome to Meadowlands Racing and Entertainment. Happy birthday. Shout-outs. Amori. Amori, happy birthday. Way to go. Happy 70th birthday, Chuck. And happy 7th birthday to Everly Alea. Chuck Alea, Everly Alea. Happy birthday, Sarah Soul. Sarah Soul, from your whole family. We love you. Sarah Soul, happy birthday. Enjoy Hamiltonian Day.
Welcome back, everybody, to the outdoor set just outside the winner's circle here on Hamiltonian Day 2025. Dave Little with you. Yes, it is time for the yearly State of the Meadowlands interview. I'm joined by Meadowlands Chairman and Chief Executive Officer Jeff Gural. And Jeff, we have a beautiful day, lots of people, just a perfect day for a day card here at the Meadowlands.
Yeah, I've been waiting a long time for perfect weather because it's usually too hot or thunderstorms, and I'm stressed out all week. But this week was easy. There was the forecast for Saturday has been beautiful for the last 10 days, and they were right. So it's a beautiful day.
You know, your Nordic catcher led at every call in his elimination last week and has drawn the coveted 6-hole for today's Hamiltonian. Last year, you won the Oaks of Warwick Michelle. This year, you're looking for the Hambo. How do you like your chances?
I really don't know. I was really surprised. I had 3 that were in the elims, and I thought the first 2 would qualify easily, and Nordic catcher was really in tough. And the first 2, Dexter got trapped with Mr. Mouton,
right?
And he's the best driver in the world, so that was really and then we had a 2-5 favorite, Lady Landia, and she was bad. You know, Aki said she warmed up terrible and was never in the race. She was last the whole way around. And then I gave up and I watched the movie, and I said, okay, let me see how Nordic catcher did. You never know.
You know, you've been around the game a few years, to say the least. But it's still exciting to be in these spots, isn't it?
You got to enjoy the highs, because like I said, last week it was really a low. And then last night, a horse that I named after a friend of mine, Mr. Penner, who I thought was in really tough, won pretty easily. And that was a thrill because his wife was watching. He died 2 years ago. And if there's one horse I want to be good, it's Mr. Penner.
Well, Jeff, lots of good luck to you today, obviously. You know, we had some news yesterday. Headline, Meadowlands modifies policy for stakes and early closer eligibility. And it also, in appreciation of the efforts made toward this initiative, the Gural rule will be waived for those stallions nominated to the plan listed below. Can you kind of cut through all of the, what's and why fors and tell us what this is all about?
It's simple. The law required us to share the revenues from sports betting with the thoroughbred horsemen, and for some reason we never did it. And then we realized that we had to do it, and I told Dennis, because we're friends, I said, okay, I'll give you $1 million for the next 2 years. And I really want to be able to show, because we're going to try to get a casino on the ballot next year, and I really wanted to show the legislators and the voters that the horsemen were chipping in for this effort. And I thought the best way to show that was to come up with a plan where the stallion owners would pay and the people buying the yearlings would pay something. We'd hopefully raise $1 million. And then I would match half of that and increase the purses for the stakes next year. Because the only other option was to reduce the purses for the stakes, and I thought that was send the wrong message. So this was really designed to show the voters and the legislatures that the industry supports getting a casino here, and we're putting our money where our mouth is.
Now, recently, you went on the record and explained that harness racing is losing money at the Meadowlands. Before we move on to sports betting and casino gaming, is there a business model that would prove profitable at a harness racing venue, or are either an alternate stream or alternate streams of revenue necessary to keep the pacers and trotters racing, regardless of where the track is or how much is bet on the product?
Yeah, it's impossible. If we didn't have sports betting, I think we would have closed 5 years ago. You know, the fact of the matter is that the game is a lot of fun. I love it, but the high, you know, it peaked when I was in high school, college, in the 60s and 70s, right. And those people are all my age, and they're dying off, or they can't get out to the track. So I think, you know, we create a lot of jobs, we preserve a lot of green space, and we have an opportunity to generate millions of dollars for people living in New Jersey, because New York is going to open 3 casinos downstate, and it'd be pretty stupid for someone to have to drive over to George Washington Bridge, pay $18 in order to make a bet when they're going to be driving by the Meadowlands. So I'm pretty confident that once we know where these downstate tracks are going, we'll be able to, and who the governor's going to be, but no matter who the governor is, I think everybody is on board that it makes sense to put a casino here rather than, you know, having people just drive to New York.
Let's talk a little bit about the finances. Sports betting has been successful, and it figured to be. But have the revenues been enough to offset the losses from racing here at the Meadowlands?
They were until this year.
Right.
And this is the first year we're really losing money. And actually, I reached out to my partners, and we just came up with $2 million to cover the losses. So we're losing. We projected to lose $2 million this year.
Right.
And I want to be able to show how important it is to be able to get a casino. I'm confident. I mean, I'm a logic person. Why would anybody want to drive over the bridge or through the Lincoln Tunnel to get to New York to gamble when they can come here? Plenty of parking. The roads lead here. We've been a racetrack forever, so nobody lives around here. So I don't think there'll be much opposition. And the key is that we've got to pay what they pay in New York, which is a $500 million license fee and millions of dollars. I mean, I would think a casino here will pay more in taxes than all the casinos in Atlantic City combined.
All right, so we're going to have more on a possible casino coming to the Meadowlands, but first, let's get the post parade for the 4th race from Ken Warken, and more with Jeff Corral after this.
Race 4 is the second division of the Muscle Hill. Number 1 landing on time with Scott Zeron, trained by Rick Zeron. Zeron Morvento Stable, James Walker, Robert Cooper Stables. Number 2, Hey Porter, Todd McCarthy, Tony Alanya, owner Steve Stewart. Cameraman, number 3, Jason Bartlett for Bruce Saunders and owner Randy Zane. 4, Go Ahead Make My Day, Dave Miller for Blake McIntosh. Van Camp Trotting Corporation, Blake McIntosh, Mortgage Boys Stable, and Ozzie McKay. Top Gun Hanover number 5 with Dexter Dunn driving for Nancy Tactor, E5 Racing, and John Fielding. Manoa number 6 with Tim Tetrick for Annette Lorenzen and Corinth Incorporated. On a Jet Plane is the 7 with Andrew McCarthy. Noel Daly trains and co-owns with Showblom Racing, LA Express Stable, and Zeze Racing. And the 8, Warrior, Okus Fonstad, trains and drives for Brochart Stable Incorporated. Muscle Hill, sponsored by Team Miller, Andy and Julie Miller, UMH Properties Incorporated, Race 4 for $50,000. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Pick 3. We're on the 2. Hey Porter right now, 8-1, 271.
All right, racing fans, we're back with Jeff Corral. Now, Jeff, I want to cover a couple of the big questions here that I have for you. There was a release sent out by us how the Meadowlands is, quote, bullish on the future. Unlike the last several times we met in this forum, this year you have high hopes for a casino coming to the Meadowlands. What happened the last time that put the kibosh on it, and why are you so optimistic this time around?
Well, we learned a lot from the last effort, because the last effort gave all the money to Atlantic City. So there was really no reason for anyone living outside of Atlantic City to vote for that referendum. And not only that, but you could have, under that law, you could have put a casino anywhere in the northern part of the state. So this time, the legislation is going to distribute the money evenly, and more important, the only place you'll be able to put a casino is at the Meadowlands. So no one's going to have to worry that they'll wake up and there'll be a casino in their neighborhood, and they'll all benefit. So I learned a lot. I'm glad we did it. We lost. We really kind of gave up because we knew we were going to lose. But we learned a lot from that experience. So we won't make those mistakes again.
Does Atlantic City get cut in for a piece of the action?
No. There's people living in the state of New Jersey are the main beneficiaries.
Right.
Atlantic City is. You got to understand, Atlantic City has a low tax rate.
Right. Right.
So they'll have a big advantage over us because their tax rate will be 8%. Ours will probably be 30%. So they'll do fine. Look, New York is going to open. Their problem is not the opposition to a casino here is going to come from New York, not from Atlantic City.
What is the timetable for not only when the casino will be up and running, but for the lifeline of racing at the Meadowlands?
Well, I think the way it works is the legislature, 60% of the legislature would have to vote to put a referendum on the ballot that would allow gambling at the Meadowlands. And if that happens, then it would be on the ballot in November of next year. If we only got 50%, then it has to get 50% 2 years in a row. But I think we'll get 70, 80%. Really, I may be nuts, but why would anybody want to drive over the bridge and pay $18 to go to a casino in New York when they could come here? It makes no sense.
Right,
so,
to see all those New Jersey license plates over in Yonkers Racetrack doesn't make any sense.
And you know, I don't have to tell you, traffic's terrible over the George Washington Bridge.
Yes, it is.
I drove across the other day. It was terrible.
If all goes well on that front and casino gaming comes, how many dates do you see us racing down the road? Right now we're at 90 and have been for about the last 8 years.
Well, I would hope that we could race 3 days a week.
Right.
So, you know, we'd add another 30 days. We're actually adding, I think, 12 days to make up for the freehold dates that were lost. So we're increasing the number of dates anyway, but we'd certainly be able, I expect to be able to go to, you know, maybe 130 days and race, you know, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday or something like that.
Does every faction, fans, horsemen, management, they've really got to go to bat for this casino thing, because if we don't get the casino, what is the probability of the Meadowlands continuing to race beyond next year?
We don't, because truthfully, I think if it loses, it'll never come back on the ballot. You know, you can only go on a ballot twice and hope to win. I think the politicians would say to me, Jeff, we put it on the ballot twice now and it lost. So I think anyone who's listening, please vote for this next November, because I think it'll really make a big difference. We'll be able to have days like this more than just once a year. You know, we'd have a lot more money to promote and have big races.
Certainly, to come back to the glory era of the Meadowlands would be great. Jeff Gural, thanks so much, as always, for giving us some great insights on the future of the Meadowlands. And everybody, you got to get involved and vote yes on that casino, don't you?
Yeah, please. Thanks. It's in your own best interest. We're going to pay a lot of money in taxes and create a lot of jobs. So it's not about me. It's really a good thing for the people in New Jersey, and certainly the people that like to gamble who live in northern New Jersey, who obviously would much rather come here than drive over the bridge.
Our thanks again to Chief Executive Officer and Chairman of the Meadowlands, Jeff Gural. It is now time for the fourth race. Ken Warkenden has the call.
Three-year-old trotters heading to the gate here. Go for Glory Stable warm-up is complete. It's post time for race 4. Preferred equine starting gate, ready to roll. Field at 8. For $50,000, a division of the Muscle Hill, sponsored by Team Miller, Andy and Julie Miller, and UMH Properties Incorporated. Even money on the 7 on a jet plane, 5-2 on the 1 landing on time. It's 6-1 the 8 Warrior. 9-1, the 2, Hey Porter. Trotters ready for a start. Race 4, the Muscle Hill second division. Here they come. And they're off and trotting. Top Gun Hanover takes them out of there with Go Ahead Make My Day. Hey Porter is forwardly placed from the outside. Comes on a jet plane fourth. Into the first turn, landing on time, just floated away in fifth, followed by Cameraman. And then comes Manoa next to last, and Warrior is the trailer. Dexter Dunn up front. Top Gun Hanover on top. Go Ahead Make My Day under a tight rein. There's revved up for Dave Miller off an opening quarter, crisp at 27-1. Landing on time, tracking third off the turn across the backstretch. On a jet plane is fourth. And then it's Landing on Time, followed by Cameraman and Manoa. Underway from the back, Warrior. They march across the backstretch and follow Top Gun Hanover at 14-1. Top Gun Hanover in front, a length and a quarter. 2-hole ride for Go Ahead Make My Day in the Buckeye. And the half up in 55-1, 28 seconds. Hey Porter stays in third. To the outside on a jet plane. On a jet plane, picks them off. Now second on the outside. Trying to catch up to him. Landing on Time is fifth. And then on the inside, Cameraman and Warrior. And Manoa is now the trailer, over by 3/4. And on a jet plane on the outside, taking it to Top Gun Hanover. Those two, and on a jet plane, just took off. He blew right by Top Gun Hanover, past 3/4 in 1:23 into the stretch drive. On a jet plane, in front by 3. Go Ahead Make My Day into second. Hey Porter needs more in third, and then Top Gun Hanover in deep stretch. And it's on a jet plane in front by 2.5, 3, almost home. On a jet plane, cruising here. On a jet plane, dominant over with Andrew McCarthy over. Go Ahead Make My Day. Then Hey Porter and Cameraman on a jet plane in 1:51. Judges posting 7 on a jet plane in 1:51, and the photo sign up. Number 4, Go Ahead Make My Day was second. 2, Hey Porter was third. And 3, Cameraman fourth. 7-4-2-3. Number 7 on a jet plane. He's a 3-year-old bay son of Walner out of Noble Lover by Cadabra, bred in Pennsylvania by Buckhaven Farm. Co-owned by the trainer Noel Daly of New Jersey, Showblom Racing of Florida, LA Express Stable, Pennsylvania, Zay Racing, Florida. Andrew McCarthy, the winning driver. That's the 3rd win of the season for On a Jet Plane. Career victory number 6. And it's a new lifetime mark here of 151 flat. Dominant performance here by On a Jet Plane. And the Thunder from Down Under scores in this second division of the Muscle Hill. Sponsored by Team Miller, Andy and Julie Miller, UMH Properties Incorporated. Presenting Olivia Miller and the UMH team. It's official. And the 7 on a jet plane pays $3.80, $3.220. The 4 Go Ahead Make My Day, $9 and $5. And the 2 Hey Porter, $3.40. The exacta displayed here, 7-4, $42.40. On a jet plane, Andrew McCarthy, Noel Daly in this division of the Muscle Hill. And coming up, a winner's circle photo op here for the Harness Racing History Group, Harness Racing History Hamiltonian Alumni, and the Grand Circuit Caretakers. The upcoming 5th race is the Cane Pace for $227,350, sponsored by Alanya Racing. Race 5 starts a 50-cent pick 4, low 15% takeout. Exacta, trifecta, and superfecta on race 5, the Cane Pace. The pick 3, 1070, dime superfecta, 47.47. And they're off and trotting. Top Gun Hanover takes them out of there with Go Ahead Make My Day. Hey Porter is forwardly placed from the outside. Comes on a jet plane 4th into the first turn. Landing on time. Just floated away in 5th. Followed by Cameraman. And then comes Manoa next to last. And Warrior is the trailer. Dexter Dunn up front. Top Gun Hanover on top. Go Ahead Make My Day under a tight rein. There's revved up for Dave Miller off an opening quarter, crisp at 27-1. Landing on time, tracking 3rd off the turn across the backstretch. On a jet plane is 4th. And then it's Landing on Time, followed by Cameraman and Manoa. Underway from the back, Warrior. They march across the backstretch and follow Top Gun Hanover at 14-1. Top Gun Hanover in front, a length and a quarter. 2-hole ride for Go Ahead Make My Day in the Buckeye. And the half up in 55-1, 28 seconds. Hey Porter stays in 3rd. To the outside on a jet plane. On a jet plane picks them off. Now 2nd on the outside. Trying to catch up to him. Landing on time is 5th. And then on the inside, Cameraman and Warrior. And Manoa is now the trailer over by 3/4. And on a jet plane on the outside, taking it to Top Gun Hanover. Those two, and on a jet plane, just took off. He blew right by Top Gun Hanover, past 3/4 in 1:23 into the stretch drive. On a jet plane in front by 3. Go Ahead Make My Day into 2nd. Hey Porter needs more in third, and then Top Gun Hanover in deep stretch. And it's on a jet plane in front by 2.5, 3, almost home. On a jet plane, cruising here. On a jet plane, dominant over with Andrew McCarthy over. Go ahead, make my day. Then Hey Porter and Cameraman on a jet plane in 1:51. Landing on time 6th. Hey Porter 3rd, Cameraman 4th. Go ahead, make my day 2nd. Top Gun Hanover 7th, Manoa 5th. On a jet plane, the winner, Warrior 8th. 6, 3, 4, 275, 1, 8, 151.
Hi, my name is Mark Lander. Welcome to the 100th Hambletonian.
Welcome, racing fans, to the outside set on Hamiltonian Day. Jess Gotten, and I'm so happy to be joined by 6-time Hamiltonian winning driver John Campbell, president of the Hamiltonian Society. So far, John, how's the day going?
It's going great. We got a great crowd. People are having trouble getting into the grandstand, and that's something that's a good thing. It's a little inconvenient, but that means there's lots of people that want to be part of this. So we're very excited about the whole day so far.
It's been quite a week leading up to Hambo 100 today. There were farm tours, there was a post position draw, and then of course the homecoming party last night. The vibe in the place last night was, I felt like an all-time high with a lot of past Hamiltonian winners coming back.
Yeah, it was great to see the alumni, we call them, come back and they relive, you know, Hamiltonian glory. We had a continuous feed on the TV showing all the Hamiltonian winners, and it was great to see that and hear the commentary. And you're right about the vibe, Jessica. It was just everybody was so excited about being there, had a great time at the homecoming party, and I think just the fact that they're part of the 100th Hambletonian makes it extra special.
Yeah, they were in the autograph tent today, and that place was overflowing. It was so cool to see a lot of them to come back and spend time with the fans.
It was, and it was just as great to see the reaction of the fans that they remembered all of us from back in the day, and you know, had good memories, and just a positive vibe through the whole line for that. And you know, I can't thank them all enough for coming back and participating.
It's been a couple of years, probably about 2 years in the making, to plan for Hambo 100, and we've pulled out just about every bell and whistle you can. Past Hambo winners, Market Share's coming back today to lead the post parade, and Muscle Hill's with us today.
Yeah, that's really great. First of all, Market Share leading the post parade. You know, he's just a great horse that won the Hamiltonian, but had a great career after that. Muscle Hill, one of the greatest standardbreds in history, both on the track and in the breeding shed, and I went down to see him. He just looks remarkable for 19 years old, and anybody that had the chance to see him, I think they're going to be very impressed just how good he looks at his age.
In Market Share, I went and saw him at Linda's barn this week. He's as sassy as ever and just continues to love his job.
Yeah, Linda was telling me he's got the same quirks that, going to the track and in the barn that he did. He didn't forget anything at all, and that's just what makes it great. These horses, you know, they do grow on you. I like to say horses are addicting.
Oh, they are. They sure are. I have a couple of old retired standardbreds that I keep around just so that I can have them. Let's talk about this year's Hambletonian specifically. It's been, you know, the winter book favorite Maryland, you know, heading into the year, and then he's 0 for 4 heading into the final. I think it just makes this race this year that much more wide open.
I think so, and he's raced good every time. It isn't that he's raced poorly, he just hasn't won yet, and his race last week was his best of the year. Obviously, Dexter thinks he's got a real good chance to win. He picked him over Super Chapter, who has been flawless, but I really am impressed by the depth of the field. You can make a case for if a race went a certain way, almost any horse in the race could win, and it's going to take a really special drive by somebody to win this race, because I don't think any horse is good enough to overcome bad luck, and all of them need a certain amount of good fortune and a smooth trip to win. So I think the drivers are going to play a big part in this race.
I think it's going to be a very nice betting board, as I like to say, when it comes post time.
Absolutely. There's going to be horses 4-1 and higher that have a really good chance to win.
Let's talk about a little bit of coverage of the Hamiltonian. I think this is the third or fourth year that we're fortunate enough to be on Network Fox with the crew at NYRA. What's that relationship like on your end with them?
It's been great. Eric Donovan produces the shows. He's been great to work with, and his staff and everyone. They've really embraced Standardbred racing from their standpoint, and they keep expanding as we go along, different tracks, different races, more and more every year. And I just think it's one of the most important initiatives we as an industry can be doing. We're getting national coverage to an audience that loves horse racing. And we are seeing more and more that there are crossover bettors and crossover harness followers from that TV show. So it's just been a great relationship, and I can't stress enough how important I think it is.
And it's nice to see a handful of other tracks kind of jump on suit with that.
Absolutely, yeah. Northfield is going to have a show this year. The Adios last week was on Network Fox. What was a great coup for them to be on that show. Hoosier's going to have 2 or 3 shows. Scioto, the Red Mile,
the Little Brown Jug.
And the Little Brown Jug.
Yeah.
So
and the Breeders' Crown again.
And back to the Breeders' Crown at Mohawk again. So it's a lot of coverage for us and a lot of exposure.
All right, John, thanks so much for taking a couple minutes out of your busy day to join me. Enjoy the rest of your Hamiltonian day.
Thanks, and you as well, Jessica.
Thank you. We'll send it up to Ken Workington for the post-parade of Race 5.
Three-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers on track for race 5. The Cane Pace, sponsored by Alanya Racing. This starts a 50-cent pick 4. Number 1, the Meadowlands Pace winner, Hamiltonian Oaks with Braxton Boyd for Cameron Capone, Samir Tawil, Paul Kautz, Alexander Henn, and Nathan Fulmer. Number 2 is Sugarman with Tim Tetrick for Brett Pelling, David McDuffie, Melvin Hartman, and Rojan Stables. And he is still in the paddock area, as you can see there. He'll be on the track momentarily. 3, Pappy's Pistol with Dave Miller, Sam DePinto trains. He is a co-owner with Chris Arvanitis, Anthony Peretti, and Brad Shackman. And still in the paddock there is the 4, Waffle Blue Chip. He'll be driven by Todd McCarthy for Brett Pelling, Steve Wienick Racing, Jay Federa, T. Ritchie, Can America Stable, and Pride Stables. The 5, Captain Optimistic with Dexter Dunn. Nancy Tactor trains for Three Brothers Stables, Marvin Katz, and Caviar Farms. And there's the 6, Manolette, Scott Ciron for Bruce Saunders, M&L of Delaware, M&M Harness Racing. Cane Pace, sponsored by Alanya Racing, $227,350 exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and it starts a 50-cent pick 4. Hamiltonian Oaks, right now 7-5 on the board, just missed in the North America Cup. Second place first in the pace. He lands the rail fresh off a repeat at Tioga Downs, so a nice prep there for him. He looms as one of the main speeds. 5, Captain Optimistic. He is 7-5 now, 3-2, along with the 1, Hamiltonian Oaks. After a tough trip in the pace, he brushed and crushed in a division of the Tompkins Gears, and that was a career best, equaling 149 last week, so he's keyed up. Can't rule out a repeat. The 6, Manolette, 7-1. He bounced back from a 7th in the pace with a very determined second by nose, and that came to a streaking pacer, Smooth Dream. He's eligible to fire out for another trip here with Scott Ciron. 1-5-6 as we start a pick 4.
Jenna on here joined in the back paddock with the 2024 Hamiltonian winner, driving winner, Yannick Gingras. We're going to touch on a few before we get to the big one. Yannick, coming up in race 6, MM's Dream. She's really been consistent in the big dances as of late. You know, it's some tough competition this year. Inside draw to work with in the overflow field of 11. Do you think she has what it takes for some minor spoils?
Yeah, minor spoils. Yeah, to win, she's gonna have to step it up a little bit. You know, she's been right there, but just missing a little bit. You know, I'm hoping just to be a little bit better today.
By the missile. We know when this guy is on his game, he can be really tough. Have some of his maybe recent efforts been frustrating to you?
A little bit, yes and no. I got to make it a little bit easier on him too. So like maybe he hasn't been quite as sharp, but I haven't put him in the right spot either. So try to get him a better trip today, and hopefully he paces home good for me.
In the $500,000 Hamiltonian Oaks, you'll sit behind Deja Blue, and both of her sire and dam are Hamiltonian champions. She put in a fantastic bounce-back effort in her elimination, closing with a 26-1 final quarter. From post 2, what do you think the key is for her?
Just a good trip. No, she's got a really, really good 3/8 in her. So, you know, with her, try to, you know, get it right. No, maybe a second, third over or something like that without using her too much early. I think that'd be ideal, and she definitely can kick home good.
Now talk a little bit about, is Hamiltonian Day different for you this year after kind of getting the monkey off your back, 13 straight defeats, and you finally brought one home last year?
100% it does. You know, I'm enjoying today versus last year. I think you could have slit my wrist and there'd be no blood coming out. You know, there's that kind of day. I was really nervous, you know, anxious and nervous and all that. Now I'm just excited. You know, it's a different feeling. Of course, you know, if you don't get excited for days like today, then you're in the wrong business. But I'm definitely way cooler, and we're looking forward to the really. I'm starting really in race 6. I had a couple early on, a few races off. Now I'm looking for race 6 to get rolling.
Now talk about now this year. You pick up the morning line favorite in Super Chapter. How did that come about? And as Marcus maybe gave you a few pointers on him?
It came about this. He mentioned it to me Saturday night that maybe he had to talk to the owners, but you know, if I would be inclined to take one of them, and so I was like, yeah, just let me know. And then Sunday night he came to me in Lexington, said it was an option, so I jumped at it, and no doubt, like, you got a chance to drive either of those two. You know, I was just hoping maybe Maryland did drop post 10. You know what I mean? That was the only thing maybe, but either way, I was excited to drive either one of them. And yeah, as far as pointers, I just talked to him like 10 minutes ago. I said, is there anything really I should know? He's like, no, not really. You know, he's like a sports car to driver. No, Scotty told me the same thing. Dex told me the same thing. He's really easy. He says, you can do anything you want to do. So we'll go behind the gate and be open-minded with see what happened in front of us.
Yannick Gingras looks to go back-to-back in the Hamiltonian. Thank you, Yannick, for taking some time out of your day, and best of luck today.
Thank you very much.
It's post time. They're at the gate for the 5th race, the Cane Pace. Preferred equine starting gate rolling for $227,350, sponsored by Alumni Racing. Start of a pick 4. 7-5 on the 1, Madden Oaks, and the 5, Captain Optimistic. Race 5, field of 6 for the Cane Pace. Here they come. The raw Pappy's Pistol fires. Captain Optimistic on the outside. Madden Oaks leaves alertly into 3rd. Sugarman just floated away in 4th position into the first turn. Then it's Waffle, Blue Chip, and Manolette, the early trailer. Early duel. Pappy's Pistol revved up. Captain Optimistic on the outside, rebuffed. He's got a 2-hole to tuck into, though. So it's Madden Oaks 3rd past that opening quarter. It's going to be hot. Sugarman is fourth. Then a gap of 2 to Waffle, Blue Chip, and Manolette. How about 26-1 to open it up here? Across the backstretch, Pappy's Pistol and Dave Miller on the engine at 8-1. Pappy's Pistol by a length and a half. Captain Optimistic gets that 2-hole ride now. Madden Oaks, the pace winner, right there on the helmet. Third as the pace slows. Sugarman fourth on the inside. Then it's Waffle, Blue Chip, and Manolette continues to trail. Single file at the half. And Pappy's Pistol, a handful there in 53-4, 27-3 in that second quarter. Pappy's Pistol trying to speed pop them today. Captain Optimistic, wow, he jammed up on the helmet, and he was rough gated there, and there goes Madden Oaks, and Braxton Boyd unleashes him. Madden Oaks now pouncing on Pappy's Pistol. And jammed in was Captain Optimistic. And ranging up on the outside is Sugarman off the speed. He's now third, tracked by Manolette. Manolette in with a shot. And then Waffle, Blue Chip at 3/4. Madden Oaks takes the lead, 1:21 for 3/4 in the stretch of the cane pace. Madden Oaks in front. Pappy's Pistol trying to fight back on the inside. Captain Optimistic swings to the outside, and here he comes for Dexter Dunn. Captain Optimistic, Pappy's Pistol on the rail coming back. It's Captain Optimistic and Dexter Dunn in the cane pace. Then Madden Oaks, Pappy's Pistol, and Manolette, 1:48-1.
Wow, Captain Optimistic. I didn't like the trip that I saw down the backside, John, but this one came back and stormed home to get the win.
I loved the trip at the half, but I didn't love where he was turning for home. I mean, that's we always hear about how good he is off a helmet, and he looked revved up, but so did Pappy's Pistol, and he wasn't able to make front early is what Dex wanted to do. It didn't matter. This is the best effort that he's put forth all year. This is the colt we know he's capable of being.
Seems like Braxton Boyd made the right move there, brushing down the backside, getting the lead, opened up some real estate out in the center of the track, top of the stretch. Can't believe he got caught.
Yeah, you know what? He does get a little bit sleepy. He has a tendency to hang a little bit on the lead. So I thought he worked out a perfect trip. We know the colt he's capable of being. He just didn't bring his best stuff, even in a big mile.
Pappy's Pistol might have been as good as he's been all year in that third place finish. He was still chugging at the end of the mile.
Yeah, he was fighting back. Like I said, Madden Oaks has a tendency to kind of hang a little bit as he clears horses. And Pappy's Pistol, he still fought back, but really, really nice effort. Captain Optimistic, who was able to recover there in what looked like an improbable trip turning for home.
Captain Optimistic, after a fifth place finish, a tough trip, fifth place finish in the Meadowlands pace, now comes back with his second consecutive victory. Captain Optimistic scores for Nancy Tactor and Dexter Dunn in the cane pace.
Judges have posted number 5, Captain Optimistic, the 1, Madden Oaks second, 3, Pappy's Pistol third, and 6, Manolette fourth, 5-1, 3-6, 1:48-1. Number 5, Captain Optimistic, a 3-year-old bay colt by Captain Treacherous out of Cinnamony by Artificial, was bred in New Jersey by Fair Winds Farm. Owned by Three Brothers Stables, New York, New York, Marvin Katz of Toronto, and Caviart Farms, Vienna, Virginia. Trainer Nancy Tactor. And a double today for Dexter Dunn. 2 in a row, fresh off his win in the Tompkins Gears in 1:49. Right back here today in 1:48-1. A new lifetime mark for Captain Optimistic. His 3rd win this season and 10th career victory in 18 starts. Final quarter on the board, 27-1. Captain Optimistic and Dexter Dunn winning the cane pace, sponsored by Alumni Racing. Presenting Andriana Fusco. Andriana Fusco, the Meadowlands bookkeeper. It's the second win in the cane pace for Dexter Dunn, who won the 2021 edition with Rocky Road, Hanover. The 5 Captain Optimistic, $3.60, 5-1 exacta, $9. The 5-1 3 trifecta, $36.40. The 10-cent superfecta 5136 paid $5. The post time set for the 6th race, the Dr. John R. Steele Memorial, sponsored by John R. Steele and Associates, for $181,000. Exacta trifecta superfecta race 6 starts the 20-cent Survivor Pick 7. The 5 Captain Optimistic was $360, $240, $210. The 1 Madden Oaks, $280, $210. 3 Pappy's Pistol, $360. That trifecta 5-1-3, $36.40. Winner's Circle reaction with John Rallis momentarily.
Captain Optimistic gets it done here in the cane pace. I'm here with winning driver Dexter Dunn, winning trainer Nancy Tactor, winning owner Marvin Katz. And Dex, we're going to start off with you. It was a little bit anxious there in that first quarter. It looked like you wanted the lead, but you had to succumb to the pocket there because Pappy's Pistol was a little bit too hot. How did he feel when you had to kind of tuck him back into that hole?
He was really relaxed today, Johnny. Nancy opened him back up. We closed him up for a couple of starts, and he was pretty relaxed. I was happy to take the 2-hole behind Davies. Good horse to follow. So. Going the last turn though, Davies' horse just wasn't getting around it that good, and Brack's come with a bit of a charge, but we found a good split there, and he kicked home super.
I know it's a colt who typically likes to have a helmet to chase, and for you, when you did get that tough trip turning for home, were you even confident that you'd still be able to get there? Yeah,
I had plenty of pace. He was travelling good at the time. I was just hoping for some clear air, and really the way the trip worked out, it was perfect for him. He pounced out of that hole good, and kicked home.
Nice job, Dex. Congrats.
Thank you, mate.
All right, we're going to bring in winning trainer Nancy Tactor. Colt, who has had some bad luck and some bad trips. It was the same here today, but he got
at the 3 quarters, I wasn't too happy. I was like, oh gosh, here we go again, another bad trip for this poor colt, because he's actually a really, really nice colt, and he deserved to have a classic win. So I'm happy that he got a Triple Crown win for him.
And Dex obviously touched on that you opened the bridle, made a bridle change again. Does he get a little bit more aggressive when you have a tendency to do that?
I think he's the type of horse you have to keep tricking him a little bit, so I think it's not going to be the first time we change his bridle this year. Definitely more relaxed today. He was a little hot last week when we raced him, so I'm happy we had that race to kind of gauge him and make the appropriate changes for today.
And obviously, I just want a really nice run-up effort in her elimination. What are you thinking from her?
I mean, she trained absolutely super this week, so I'm really happy with how she and even the other 2 fillies are coming into the race. Obviously, she has the better post position and should probably be able to get a good trip from there. If she can sit and, get some room down the stretch, she'll be dangerous.
One last agenda.
We're going to discuss a little bit, but I think we're going to go to Poconos.
right, appreciate it. Enjoy this win, Nancy, and best of luck.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to bring in owner Marvin Katz here. And Marvin, not really familiar with you owning Pacers. This is the lone Pacer that you do own. What has been your thoughts about this guy?
This has been a really top colt from the beginning of his 2-year-old campaign. This is the only 3-year-old pacing colt I own. And yeah, so it's unique and quite fortunate to have him.
And how gratifying are you to see him get the job done? Again, we touched on it with Nancy and Dex, just tough trip after tough trip, but the ability's always been there.
Absolutely. You know, owners can be prejudiced, and I am as much as anyone else. But he deserves. He's demonstrated. He's absolutely one of the best 3-year-old pacing colts in the country. One of the best out there. Today was his day. He didn't have an easy trip, and I wasn't thrilled at the 3 quarters either. But he demonstrated what a great colt he is today.
And speaking of big days, obviously Hamiltonian, the 100th edition here of the Hamiltonian. It is such a big day, but there are other big days in the sport as well. You're instrumental in the Breeders' Crown Charity Challenge, as well as the Breeders' Crown itself. You know, these big days. I mean, just how much do you enjoy being a part of them?
It's thrilling, and it's great for the sport, great for myself. Of course, it rejuvenates you and all the people. You get to see all the people you don't see throughout the year. But it's what a wonderful crowd it is here, and what an injection of joy and happiness for our industry. As far as the Breeders' Crown in Mohawk, yes, we're very excited about that. A lot of work and preparation has gone into it. It's been an incredibly successful campaign, and we hope to top it off this year with another great performance in Mohawk. We invite everyone to Mohawk. I want to say one more thing. Captain Optimistic's groom today was Jimmy Tactor. Kudos to Jimmy Tactor. That's a heck of a groom.
Adding to his resume.
Adds to his resume, indeed.
All right, well, it certainly is going to be a big day. We look forward to the rest of this day because it's just getting started. We look forward to the future events as well. Congratulations, Marvin. Best of luck the rest of the day.
Thank you, John. Thank you, and congratulations to my partners.
All right, Captain Optimistic gets it done in the cane pace. Winning driver Dexter Dunn, winning trainer Nancy Tactor.
The raw Pappy's pistol fires. Captain Optimistic on the outside. Madden Oaks leaves alertly into third. Sugarman just floated away in fourth position into the first turn. Then it's Waffle, Blue Chip, and Manolette, the early trailer. Early duel. Pappy's pistol revved up. Captain Optimistic on the outside rebuffed. He's got a 2-hole to tuck into, though. So it's Madden Oaks third past that opening quarter. It's going to be hot. Sugarman is fourth, then a gap of 2 to Waffle, Blue Chip, and Manolette. How about 26-1 to open it up here? Across the backstretch, Pappy's Pistol, and Dave Miller on the engine at 8-1. Pappy's Pistol by a length and a half. Captain Optimistic gets that 2-hole ride now. Madden Oaks, the pace winner, right there on the helmet. Third as the pace slows. Sugarman fourth on the inside, then it's Waffle, Blue Chip, and Manolette continues to trail. Single file at the half. And Pappy's Pistol, a handful there in 53-4, 27-3 in that second quarter. Pappy's Pistol trying to speed pop them today. Captain Optimistic, wow, he jammed up on the helmet, and he was rough gated there, and there goes Madden Oaks, and Braxton Boyd unleashes him. Madden Oaks now pouncing on Pappy's Pistol, and jammed in was Captain Optimistic. And ranging up on the outside is Sugarman off the speed. He's now third, tracked by Manolette. Manolette in with a shot. And then Waffle, Blue Chip at 3 quarters. Madden Oaks takes the lead, 1:21 for 3 quarters in the stretch of the cane pace. Madden Oaks in front. Pappy's Pistol trying to fight back on the inside. Captain Optimistic swings to the outside, and here he comes for Dexter Dunn. Captain Optimistic, Pappy's Pistol on the rail coming back. It's Captain Optimistic and Dexter Dunn in the cane pace. Then Madden Oaks, Pappy's Pistol, and Manolette, 1:48-1. Madden Oaks was second, Sugarman sixth. Pappy's Pistol third, Waffle, Blue Chip fifth. Captain Optimistic the winner, Manolette was fourth. Rechecking, it's 2-6-3, 5-1-4, 1:48-1.
Gary DeLeo out here in the winner's circle with Emmy-winning, award-winning Carson Kresley, TV fame and personality. He's going to be handicapping the hat contest tonight, just like the horses, best hats. We're going to have a couple prizes coming out. Carson already did his picking, so Carson, take it away from here.
All right, we've had some amazing young entries. Our Best Kids Awards go to number 18. Come on. 28, 29, 34, 3, and 4. Much, looking good. Number 3. And how about number 4, right? There we go. All right, and now our fanciest hat, number 17. Are you here? Okay. The fancy whip fascinator. Fantastic. Where are you from?
Cape Cod, Massachusetts.
Oh, wow. Is this your first Hambletonian?
No, I've been here before.
Well, good for you. All right. Well, congratulations on your prize. Fanciest. And now our 4th place is number 1. Number 1. Oh, there we go. This was so small and subtle, and it's a celebration of all the Hambletonian winners. I saw someone that looked, oh, there's Carl from last year, my favorite. And now, and our 3rd place is number 32. Number 32. This guy actually is wearing a horse. Fantastic. And where are you from?
Westfield, New Jersey.
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah. And is this your first Hambletonian?
This is.
Oh, congratulations. Welcome. Did you come just for the hat contest? Yes, stay. Enjoy the race. 2nd place, number 26. 26, there we go. Let's make sure we can see you on camera. That's the actual Hambletonian. Fantastic. And then our grand prize winner, number 20, for 100. $25, that's you. Okay. Step.
Loretta Santos.
Loretta Santos. And where are you from, Loretta Santos?
Heights.
Jersey City Heights. I haven't been to the Heights. I've been to Jersey City.
You've got to come 15 minutes away.
Fantastic. Who's your pick for the Hambletonian?
Number 1.
Number 1. Winner. Okay. Very smart. All right. Well, congrats. You've got the Hamiltonian. I loved it because the track is actually rotating. Yeah. It's fantastic. Congratulations.
Okay, guys, we're going to come back after next. Have 5 of the stretch. So come on back out after the next race and watch that contest go. We have a very big influencer here. The 5 best dressed, not excluding Carson, because he's automatically. So come on out for the next race. We'll see the 5 best dressed people right here.
They are on the track, and here's the field for the 6th race, the Dr. John R. Steele Memorial. Number 1, Southwind Banshee, Jonathan Alley driving for Richard Aiken and Arden Homestead Stable. The 2-time winner of this event, 2 MM's Dream, Yannick Gingras, Ron Burke, Hillside Stables, Frank Baldacchino. Dial Square, number 3, James McDonald drives for Ocas Fonstead and stall Arsenal Ub. 4 is Bravo Angel with Jason Bartlett, trained by Per Engblom for Constance Racing Stable. 5, Emoji Hanover, Andrew McCarthy. Luke Blay trains for Determination. Number 6, Call Me Goo with Tim Tetrick for Ocas Fonstead, Graham Gray Stables, William Roberts, Kiwi Stables, and Ocas Fonstead. The 7, Elista Hanover, Dave Miller driving for Annie Stobie and Arlene and Philomena Curry. And there's Elista Hanover, the Hambletonian Maturity winner. 8, Date Night Hanover, Dexter Dunn, Marcus Melander, Jeff Snyder, Onda Racing Stable. 9 is Drawn Impression with Louis Waugh for Luke Blay and Determination. 10 is Nelson Bright Eagle with Scott Ziran, Ocas Fonstead. Trains and co-owns with Nils Johan Munkhagen. 11 is Warwi Michelle with Ocas Fonstead. Trains, drives, co-owns with Santandrea Incorporated and Young Guns. For $181,000, sponsored by John R. Steele and Associates. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. This starts the 20-cent Survivor pick 7. The 6, Call Me Goo, the top pick here, 2-1, just missed in the Armborough Flight. tripped out for back-to-back wins here, became a beast when Svanstedt took over this year, and just heating up, and gets the Bionic Man Tim Tetrick today. 6-7, 11.
Joining the back paddock here with the 2023 driver of the winning Hamiltonian, Cool Papa Bell there, a long shot on the board that day. We're just going to touch on a pair of horses you sit behind here. A Perfect Annie has an outside draw here and maybe an outside chance looking in, but it was a step in the right direction last week.
It was. She raced a lot better there last week. I was really happy with her. Wish we drew a little bit better today, but she's got really good tactical speed, so we'll just have to see how it shakes out early and where we get to.
And then in the $1 million Hamiltonian, you sit behind Go Dog Go, who is a favorite going into the Hamiltonian week. You draw the unfortunate post 10. Take us through that trip. He maybe didn't have that late burst of speed that we are used to seeing him being second over, but were you still happy with his elimination?
I was. It was a little tricky for him. It was his first time going through detention. He got a little worked up, but reports so far that he's been a lot calmer this week, so I'm sure that'll go a long way for him today.
What's going to be the key for him with that outside draw?
Well, it's a pretty tricky spot, but we'll just have to see what they're doing inside us, and we're going to really have to think on our feet there and work out a trip as we go.
Todd McCarthy looks to capture his second Hamiltonian. He'll try it from post 10 with Go Dog Go. Toddy, best of luck here today.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Final call to wager on the 20-cent Survivor Pick 7. Trotting mares at the gate. It's post time for race 6. Preferred equine starting gate rolling for the field of 11. For $181,000, the Dr. John R. Steele Memorial. Sponsored by John R. Steele and Associates. Wide open betting board here, 5-2 on 6 and 7. Call Me Goo. And Elista Hanover vying for favoritism, 4-1 on the 4. Bravo Angel. Also at 4-1, 11. Warwi Michelle in the second tier. Here they come. Mares are off and trotting. Drawn Impression on the far outside. Call Me Goo is put in play. MM's Dream and Dial Square gets away fourth. Bravo Angel fifth into the first turn. Southwind Banshee cuts the corner. Now Bravo Angel left the 3 deep on the outside as Warwi Michelle moves up on the outside quickly. And from the rear of the field, Elista Hanover a long way from the lead. Emoji Hanover is next. And then comes Date Night Hanover in the early trailer is Nelson Bright Eagle 11th and last. Torrid opening fraction 26-2 for Call Me Goo. Call Me Goo up front for Tetrick, leading it by a length and a half. Drawn Impression tracking in the second spot off the hot pace. MM Stream looking for 3 in a row in the steal is third as the pace slows. Dial Square fourth on the inside. Warwi Michelle stays in. There goes Bravo Angel to the outside along with the Elista Hanover. Southwind Banshee gets shuffled back. And then it's Emoji Hanover on the outside, followed by Date Night Hanover and Nelson Bright Eagle. Half up in 54-3. Solid pace here, carved out by Call Me Goo. Call Me Goo by 2. It's Drawn Impression left in the wake second. On the outside, Bravo Angel stalled third. As the pace picks up, MM's Dream is pinned in fourth. Elista Hanover needs to do more in fifth. Dial Square with no racing room sixth, and they turn for home, and Drawn Impression went off stride. And they turn for home on 3/4, 122-3 in the stretch drive. Call Me Goo by 2, revving up now. MM's Dream on the outside has dead aim. And Warwi Michelle on the rail. And on the outside, Dial Square in with a shot. MM's Dream on the outside for Jengra under urging. MM's Dream. 3 in a row in the steal for MM's Dream. Then War We Michelle. And then it was Call Me Goo and close. Southwind Banshee or Alista Hanover. 1:49.4, equaling the stakes record. Photo sign up. Also, judges inquiry. Please hold on to all tickets. There's your Brittany Farms slow-mo replay. Photo judges inquiry. In the photo, 2 MM's Dream first here at 27-1. 11 War We Michelle second. 6 Call Me Goo third. The 1 Southwind Banshee fourth. 2 11-6-1. Inquiry continues. Two separate incidents being looked at here by the judges. The breaking horses, the 4 Bravo Angel who broke at the top of the stretch, and the 3 Dial Square breaking in the stretch. Judges looking at the 3 and 4 here. They are off the board. And how about the 2 MM's Dream? A 6-year-old brown mare by Swan for All out of Trading Places by Classic Photo. Bred in Indiana by Mervyn J. Miller. Owned by the Hillside Stables, Dundee, Ohio. Frank Baldacchino, Harvey Cedars, New Jersey. Hall of Fame trainer Ron Burke. Hall of Fame driver Yannick Gingras. Second win of 2025. Career victory number 34. And she's closing in on the $2 million mark in career earnings. It's the mile of her life here. She won the 2022 edition in 1:49.4 and set the stakes record. She equals her own stakes record here today. She won it in 2023. Correction, that was Bella Bellini, 1:49.4, 2022. MM's Dream winning it in 2023, 150, and last year 150.4. No placings among the top 4 here, result of the inquiry. There will be a placing of number 3, Dial Square. Winner Circle presentation, the Dr. John Steele Memorial, sponsored by John R. Steele and Associates, presented by Dr. James Mitchell, Jeff Steele, Dr. Steele's son, and Jack Steele, Dr. Steele's grandson. This race, formerly known as the Fresh Yankee, pays tribute, honors the longtime Grand Circuit veterinarian to the stars. Dr. Steele had a passion for trotters and even in his later years rarely missed a Hambletonian. John R. Steele and Associates, the veterinary practice he founded and grew, is proud to sponsor, along with several veterinary pharmaceutical companies, the Dr. John R. Steele Memorial in his honor here at the Meadowlands. And again, MM's Dream makes it 3 in a row in the steal and equals Bella Bellini's stakes mark of 149 and 4 set in 2022. For Yannick Gingras, his 3rd steal victory. He won it with Atlanta in 2021 and Hannelore Hanover in 2016. There are no changes in the 7th race. It's a New Jersey Sire Stakes final, sponsored by the SBOA of New Jersey and Trot Pack. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Pick 3. Race 6 official. Number 2, MM's Dream, pays $57.60, $18.60, $9.20. 11, Warwee Michelle, $6.60, $4.20, and the 6, Call Me Goo, $3. The exacta of 211 pays $413.20. A 211.6 trifecta, $1,906.40. The pick 3, $752. The dime superfecta, $4,454.83. 211.61 for 10 cents. And the pick 6, $1,444.54. Again, that pick 3, $171.10. Post time set for race 7, 2:17.
No stranger to the winner's circle is this mare in this Dr. John Steele Memorial, as MM's Dream captures this stakes event for the 3rd consecutive year. A little bit, I'm here with winning co-owner Frank Baldacchino, and Frank, a little bit different this year though, because this year she was coming into this race a little bit under the radar. What were your thoughts about that?
Yeah, she was. She hasn't been able to beat the best ones in the game up to this point. But me and Ronnie talked like a month ago, and this was the race that we were targeting on our calendar all year. This is the race where we knew we could pull her shoes. She loves the Meadowlands, and Yannick gave her a great trip, and things worked out around that last turn when a couple horses made some breaks and she had a clear path down the lane, and she'll run anybody down with a clear path down the lane.
Yeah, and Yannick, you guys did make the driver switch this year to Yannick Gingras, and he's been aboard a majority of her starts, but she seems to be a lot better chasing horses. When you saw that breaker, though, you must have been pretty pleased at a clear lane.
Yeah, absolutely. When I seen those two horses made a jump around that last turn, I knew we'd have a clear lane down the stretch. And, it's a new lifetime mark, 49-4. She raced super. I mean, she's 6. I mean, what can you say?
And obviously, this is a mare who you've been a part of from the very beginning. I mean, just what's it like still watching her compete at such a high level?
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, she's been a great horse since 2, 3, 4, 5, and now 6. And doesn't get any better than that.
Obviously, you're such a big fan of the sports. You love being a part of these big days. I know people close to you are here celebrating with you as well. What's that been like for you, Frank?
Yeah, it's great, especially when you win a big race like this. And it's kind of unexpected, but like I knew deep down, and we knew we came here with a purpose. We came to win, and fortunately it worked out.
Congratulations, Frank. Enjoy the rest of your day as well.
Thank you so much.
All right, there's MM's Dream, Yannick Gingras, Ron Burke, Frank Baldacchino capturing this event for the 3rd consecutive year.
Mares are off and trotting. Drawn impression on the far outside. Call Me Goo is put in play. MM's Dream and Dial Square gets away 4th. Bravo Angel 5th into the first turn. Southwind Banshee cuts the corner. Now Bravo Angel left the 3 deep on the outside as Warwee Michelle moves up on the outside quickly. And from the rear of the field, Elista Hanover a long way from the lead. Moshi Emoji Hanover is next. And then comes Date Night Hanover, and the early trailer is Nelson Bright Eagle, 11th and last. Torrid opening fraction, 26 and 2 for Call Me Goo. Call Me Goo up front for Tetrick, leading it by a length and a half. Drawn Impression tracking in the second spot off the hot pace. MM Stream looking for 3 in a row in the steal is third as the pace slows. Dial Square fourth on the inside. Warwi Michelle stays in. There goes Bravo Angel to the outside along with the Lista Hanover. Southwind Banshee gets shuffled back. And then it's Emoji Hanover on the outside, followed by Date Night Hanover and Nelson Bright Eagle. Half up in 54 and 3. Solid pace here, carved out by Call Me Goo. Call Me Goo by 2. It's Drawn Impression left in the wake second. On the outside, Bravo Angel stalled third. As the pace picks up, MM's Dream is pinned in fourth. Elista Hanover needs to do more in fifth. Dial Square with no racing room sixth, and they turn for home, and Drawn Impression went off stride. And they turn for home on 3/4, 122 and 3 in the stretch drive. Call Me Goo by 2, revving up now. MM's Dream on the outside has dead aim. And Warwi Michelle on the rail. And on the outside, Dial Square in with a shot. MM's Dream on the outside for Jengra under urging. MM's Dream, 3 in a row in the steal for MM's Dream. Then Warwi Michelle, and then it was Call Me Goo and close. Southwind Banshee or Lista Hanover, 1:49 and 4, equaling the stakes record. Southwind Banshee fourth, MM's Dream the winner. Dial Square sixth and disqualified, placed ninth. Violation of the braking rule. Bravo Angel 11th. Emoji Hanover 8th, place 7th. Call Me Goo 3rd. Elista Hanover 5th. Date Night Hanover 9th, placed 8th. Drawn Impression 10th. Nelson Bright Eagle 7th, place 6th. Warwi Michelle 2nd. It's 4-1. 6th, disqualified, place 9th. 11th, 8th, place 7th. 3, 5, 9th, placed 8th. On the other page, 10, 7th, place 6th, and 2, 1:49 and 4.
Gary DeLeo out here in the winner's circle for our best dressed in the building. I have influence here, Caitlin Wierentkowski, and famous celebrity Heather Vitale right here. We're going to pick the top 5. We're going to go down from the 5th all the way up to the 1st. We're giving them from $150 all the way to $1,000. So when I call your name, girls, come on over here and we'll give you your prize. In 5th place, for $150, Abby Solania. Abby, where are you at? Abby, $150. Abby is not here, so we're gonna move on. For 4th place, for $250, Ashley Henderson. Ashley, $250. Congratulations. Thank you. 3rd place, we have a father and daughter, a couple, Ariana Alaya and Colin Alaya. Congratulations, guys. That's for $350. Congratulations. 2nd place for $500. Lavonda Williams. Lavonda. Congratulations, Lavonda. That's one of my favorite colors. Congratulations. Thank you. 1st place for $1,000. That's a lot of money. Sophia Clinwick. Sophia. $1,000. Congratulations. Sophia, come here for a second. Tell me where you're from, Sophia.
I'm from Wayne, New Jersey.
Wow, you look wonderful. You're here with your family. You have a great family. Don't be nervous. It's $1,000. What are you going to do with that money?
I'm going to take my family out to eat.
Oh, very good. Listen, congratulations, family, mother and father. Right behind is your mom. Congratulations, everybody. Don't forget, we have many more races to go. We have a lot more things. Make sure you check out the rooftop.
I'm Lucas Wallin, and welcome to Hamiltonian number 100.
Welcome, racing fans, to the outside set once again on the Hamiltonian Day, Hamiltonian 100. So excited to once again be joined by Carson Kressley. Thanks so much for coming back to the Hamiltonian this year.
Oh my gosh, they couldn't keep me away. I love it here.
We can keep the rain away though this year, right?
We did, yeah. This is some real, I'm not a weather person, but I would like to take credit for today's weather. It's phenomenal. And you can wear a cute outfit and it won't turn into a wet t-shirt contest. Right. It's all good.
All right, so you were with us at the draw this week. You learned a little bit about some of the contestants. Exciting day ahead of us, of course, with it being the 100th Hamiltonian.
Yeah, I love it. I love doing the draw, and I got to meet some of the owners and trainers and really get the backstory on both the Oaks and the Hamiltonian. And I feel like I know what I'm doing this year, and I have some really good race picks.
You do. Who is your race pick?
In the Oaks, I really like Deja Blue.
I agree. I think that's a good pick.
And both parents, the sire and the dam, that's the mommy and the daddy, they each won a Hamiltonian.
Yes.
And I heard that the sire is right over here trackside, and you can go meet him.
Yes.
So I'm going to go check him out.
All right, we're going to come back with you for your Hambo pick and a couple of other things, but we're going to send it up to Ken for the post-braid of race 7.
Race 7, a New Jersey Sire Stakes final for 2-year-old filly trotters. Walden Fashion, number 1, with Todd McCarthy for Jim Campbell and Fashion Farms. 2 is Sugar Packet with Dave Miller. Blake McIntosh trains. A Bay Pond Racing Stable, Blake McIntosh and Ozzie McKay. Our Candies, number 3, with Scott Ziron. Linda Toscano trains. The Lessies, M&L of Delaware, Armitage Farm. Southwind Chaska, number 4, Tim Tetrick, Jim Oscarson Racing Stable. Days Away, number 5, with Jason Bartlett for Per Engblom, Frederica Caldwell, and Bluestone Farms. Leading Lady, number 6, with Yannick Gingras driving, trained by Nancy Tactor, Black Horse Racing, Marvin Katz, and Herb Liverman. 7, Lipstick, Dexter Dunn for Annette Lorenzen, Anvil and Lace Farm, and Girls Just Want to Have Fun. 8 is Glam, Ocas Fonstead trains and drives for SRF Stable. The 9, Emma's Mystery CCL with Andrew McCarthy and Noel Daly trains for Winning Key Incorporated. And the 10, Royal Patty, Jeff Gregory trains and drives and co-owns with Martin Gary, George Romanoff, and John Erdner. Sponsored by the SBOA of New Jersey and Trot Pack for $225,000. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and pick 3. We're on the 4 here. Southwind Chaska, 4, 6, 2. And Jessica, Carson Kressley stole my pick in the Oaks, Deja Blue.
Well, Carson, I don't know if you heard that, but track announcer Ken Workington likes Deja Blue as well in the Oaks, and she's my top pick too.
I heard that. I also like Champagne Problems.
Yes. It's a little Taylor Swift there.
Which is, that's a fun name. I love a good name.
All right, in the Hambo, who do you like in the Hambo?
In the Hambo, I like Super Chapter. I also, I saw that Maryland. It's one of my favorite states.
Okay.
Is also, the odds are like 3 to 1. So that's really interesting. I know he's, a great horse and maybe hasn't had his moment yet this year. So today could be the day. It's perfect conditions for kind of everybody.
You could be peaking at the right time. All right, there were a lot of hats out there in the winner's circle. How awesome was that?
Yeah, we had more entries than ever. I think there was over 30. And they were incredible. The winner of the $1,000 prize, the jackpot stake, was one that had actual moving racehorses going around the hat.
Lots of time put into that.
Yeah, time, batteries, probably lots of, ruined
swear words.
glue fingers, hot glue burns. But And we had some fantastic kids. And I think what's so great about the hat contest and the fashion contest is that it gets people out to the track, and then they realize what a fun day this is, how great the people are, how amazing the horses are, and how exciting standardbred racing can be.
It's a little bit of everything for everyone.
Absolutely.
And speaking of standardbreds, you are going to lead the post parade of the Oaks on a retired standardbred.
I am, yeah. I normally show saddlebred horses, but I do own a standardbred that I compete in the roadster division.
Yeah.
But I haven't ridden a standardbred ever.
Oh.
So today will be a first. I'll be leading the post parade. So I was just nervous that the horse was going to hear the call to post and be like, wait, are we racing? And then it would be like, you know, like a movie. But that's not going to happen.
No, you'll be all
We're going to
right.
have a great ride on a fantastic retired racehorse, and it's going to be a super fun part of the day.
Well, thank you so much, Carson, for being involved in everything Hambo 100 this
Of
year. We really
course.
appreciate you coming back out to the track with us.
Of course, anytime.
All right, have a great rest of your Hambletonian day. We'll let you get to work, and now you got to go get changed and saddled up to
Yes.
lead the post parade of the Hamiltonian Oaks. Up next, Ken Workington will have the call of race 7.
Go for Glory Stable warm-up is complete. It's post time for race 7. Final call to wager here. A New Jersey Sire Stakes final. Preferred equine starting gate rolling. Race 7 for $225,000, sponsored by the Standardbred Breeders and Owners Association of New Jersey and Trot Pack. Field of 10 two-year-old filly trotters lined up here. For the Sire Stakes Championship, the 6th leading lady looks to go 2 for 2. She is 7 to 5. 5 to 2 on the 4. Southwind Chaska. She's looking to go 3 for 3. On gate, race 7. Here they come. Fillies are off and trotting, and it's Southwind Chaska first away from between horses. Walden fashion on the rail, showing up there with the Sugar Packet third into the first turn. Our Candy cuts the corner on Days Away. Swooping down is Glam on the outside. She's 3 wide and surging and going after Command. Then it's Leading Lady near the rear of the field with Emma's Mystery CCL, followed by Lipstick next to last and Royal Patty Trails. Opening quarter was 27 3/5 for Southwind Chaska, who's on the engine today. Southwind Chaska challenged by Glam on the outside second. Walden Fashion on the inside third. Sugar Packet is fourth. To the outside goes Days Away. Flushed out by Leading Lady, so follows a live cover. 6th on the outside heading towards the half. Our Candy getting shuffled back. And then it's Emma's Mystery CCL to the outside, a shuffle for R Candy, and then Lipstick on the outside, and Royal Patty still trails. Half up in a rated 56 and 2/5. Southwind Cheska in front. Southwind Cheska, heavy pressure from days away, up alongside to say hello, stride for stride now. Leading Lady second over. No racing room for Glam. She's locked in the box for now as they continue towards 3/4. Walden Fashion was shuffled back on the inside. And they slug it out past 3/4. It's Southwind Cheska in front. Days away on the outside, won't go away. And right there on the inside is Glam. And poised to pounce is Leading Lady, a second over trip for her as they turn for home. And then Emma's Mystery CCL rallies 124 and 4 in the stretch drive. Southwind Cheska, days away, game first over. And here comes Emma's Mystery CCL. She has open road for Andrew McCarthy. Emma's Mystery CCL, Emma's Mystery CCL, then Sugar Packet. And then it was Southwind Cheska and Lipstick, 153 and 2. On your Brittany Farms slow-mo replay, it's the 9 Emma's Mystery CCL, 153 and 2. Judges posting 2 Sugar Packet second, the 4 Southwind Cheska third, 924, and a photo. Number 7, Lipstick, was 4th. It's 9247. Number 9, Emma's Mystery CCL, is a 2-year-old Bay filly, and she's by Muscle Hill. Out of Mystery Woman by Donato Hanover, was bred in New Jersey by Laura Young. Owned by Winning Key Incorporated, Leechburg, Pennsylvania. A double today for driver Andrew McCarthy and trainer Noel Daly. It's just her 3rd lifetime start and her 2nd win. 153 and 2. That's 153 and 2/5, a new lifetime mark for Emma's Mystery CCL as she enters the Purple Haze Stables Standardbred Adoption Program Winner Circle. This New Jersey Sire Stakes final, sponsored by the SPOA of New Jersey and Trot Pack. And we welcome Mr. Mark Ford, who's the president of the Standardbred Breeders and Owners Association of New Jersey. Mark Ford, Executive Administrator Al Oshner, and our SPOA directors. Trophy presentation to Emma's Mystery CCL, Andrew McCarthy, Noel Daly, Winning Key Incorporated. Nancy Belgia has the trophy to the Winning Connections. And it's official. The 9 Emma's Mystery CCL pays $33.40, $17.20, $8.40. The 2 Sugar Packet, $16, $8. The 4 Southwind Chaska, $3.40. Only the exacta being displayed right now on the board, 9-2, $299.40. Race 8 is up next. It's the first division of the Sam McKee Memorial, sponsored by Purple Haze Stables, for $131,650. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 offered. Post time 2:40. The pick 5, $4,528.64. Nice pick 5 payoff there. Dime Super, $1,812.06. 9247.
Emma's Mystery CCL captures the New Jersey Sire Stakes final for 2-year-old trotting fillies. I'm here alongside winning driver Andy McCarthy. You had post 9 here tonight. What was your game plan going into it?
I was just going to let her tell me what the game plan was. You know, she didn't handle the tracker last start very good. It was quite deep, and she just struggled to get through it. So I was a lot more confident today with a little bit of a tighter track, but I was just kind of letting her tell me what she wanted to do. You know, she got out of there pretty good, but everyone didn't as well. But it just worked out where, you know, we had a pretty good flowing trip there, and she was good enough to overcome it.
You know what? She was impressive in her career debut when you sat behind her. She was impressive here tonight, this afternoon. But this was a filly who you chose over another one who was highly touted after the yearling sale. What was it about this filly that impressed you?
Just the strength, you know. I go and help Noel a lot in the wintertime, and I got to sit behind her a lot in the wintertime, and you know, I always really liked her. You know, she was a little bit quirky at times, but I could just tell she had a lot of power, and you know, so I just that was pretty much the decision. Just felt like she had a little more power.
You referenced the deeper track from last week, though. Is that something that you kind of know or have a feel for from the start of the day, from race number 1, or is that something kind of you gauge in post-parade with this filly going to the gate?
Yeah, well, I knew it was tighter at the start of the day, so that kind of gives you a little bit of a heads up. But then after scoring them down, you know, you really get a feel for them and see how she's feeling. And, you know, I kind of let her scoot along for about, you know, 1/8 of a mile, and she felt great, so I knew we were going to be okay.
Congratulations, Andy. Best of luck the rest of the day.
Thanks, Johnny.
All right, there's Emma's Mystery CCL, Andy McCarthy, Noel Daly getting it done here in this New Jersey Sire Stakes final.
And ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise, and we welcome Ronald Brooks. And Mr. Brooks, an accomplished vocalist and motivational speaker, his story truly inspiring. And he sings, "God Bless America." Please rise.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains through the prairies, through the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet. home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Fillies are off and trotting, and it's Southwind Chaska first away from between horses. Walden Fashion on the rail, showing up there with the Sugar Packet third into the first turn. Our Candy cuts the corner on Days Away. Swooping down is Glam on the outside. She's 3 wide and surging and going after command. Then it's Leading Lady near the rear of the field with Emma's Mystery CCL, followed by Lipstick next to last, and Royal Patty trails. Opening quarter was 27 3/5 for Southwind Chaska, who's on the engine today. Southwind Chaska challenged by Glam on the outside second. Walden Fashion on the inside third. Sugar Packet is fourth. To the outside goes Days Away. Flushed out by Leading Lady, so follows a Live Cover, sixth on the outside heading towards the half. Our Candy getting shuffled back. And then it's Emma's Mystery CCL to the outside, a shuffle for Our Candy. And then Lipstick on the outside, and Royal Patty still trails. Half up in a rated 56 2/5. Southwind Chaska in front. Southwind Chaska, heavy pressure from Days Away up alongside to say hello, stride for stride now. Leading Lady second over. No racing room for Glam. She's locked in the box for now as they continue towards 3/4. Walden Fashion was shuffled back on the inside. And they slug it out past 3/4. It's Southwind Chaska in front. Days Away on the outside won't go away. And right there on the inside is Glam. And poised to pounce is Leading Lady, a second over trip for her as they turn for home. And then Emma's Mystery CCL rallies 1:24 4 in the stretch drive. Southwind Chaska, Days Away, game first over. And here comes Emma's Mystery CCL. She has open road for Andrew McCarthy. Emma's Mystery CCL, Emma's Mystery CCL, then Sugar Packet. And then it was Southwind Chaska and Lipstick, 1:53 2. Walden Fashion 7th, Sugar Packet 2nd, Our Candy was 10th, Southwind Chaska 3rd, Days Away 5th, Leading Lady 6th, Lipstick was 4th, Glam was 8th, Emma's Mystery CCL the winner, and Royal Patty 9th. 7-2-10, 3, 5, 6, 4, 8, 1, 9, 153 2. Racing fans here on track, check out the UMH Properties house in the backyard today. It's an amazing house and property. Check it out, the UMH Property House in the backyard. Also tonight, or today, we have the commemorative Hamiltonian poster signing. Poster signing from 2 to 4, and that's in the simulcast area.
Marcus Melando, the youngest to be named Trainer of the Year, enjoyed the best season of his skyrocketing career in 2024 with more than 100 wins and $6.4 million in purses. Melando campaign Dan Patch Award winner Maryland, Winter Book favorite for the Hamiltonian, and one of 5 for Melando in the top 10. His other top performers were Oh Well, Date Night Hanover, French Chronos, Super Chapter, and Periculum, the 2025 Cutler Memorial winner. Melando unveiled another promising battalion of 2-year-olds in 2025 from his New Jersey base. The Melando star continues to rise. Just call on Marcus.
Open pacers on track for the first division of the Sam McKee Memorial, sponsored by Purple Haze Stables. Number 1, Coach's Corner with Jason Bartlett. Per Emblem trains for Jeff Fout Racing and Brian Carsey. 2 is Maximus Mickey. He's just stepping on the track. Andrew McCarthy for Tom and John Cancelleri. 3 is By the Missile with Yannick Gingras, Ron Burke, Burke Racing Stable. Eric Good, Rich Lombardo Racing, and Weaver Buscemi. Musketeer Hanover, number 4 with Dave Miller for Jason Johnson, Mulligan Stables, and Calcutta Stable. 5 is Fun Time Bayama with Tim Tetrick, trained by Andrew Harris, a co-owner with William Pollock and Bruce Ehrman. Captain Luke, number 6, Dexter Dunn, Andrew Harris, William Pollock, and Bruce Ehrman. Oakwood Arden, number 7, Jordan Stratton driving for Robert Cleary, Royal Wire Products. 8, No Control with Louis Waugh, trained by Victoria Stratton for Tan Micallef, Kiera Liberté, and Ian and James Clark. It's My Show, number 9, Scott Ziron, Linda Toscano, Richard Young, and Joanne Young. The Sam McKee Memorial First Division, sponsored by Purple Haze Stables, $131,650, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Pick 3. The Sam McKee Memorial pays tribute to the late, great Hall of Fame announcer and colleague Sam McKee, who passed away in 2017. The loss sent shockwaves throughout the entire industry. A beloved colleague, a key figure at the Meadowlands for more than a decade. And we miss him every day. The 1, Coach's Corner here at 13-1. No chance after a slow start for post 8 in the Garrity. He had loads of traffic in the Houghton division. He gets a serious chance to trip out from the rail with Jason Bartlett. Right now, 13-1. 3, By the Missile, 7-2. He was used too hard post 11 in the Houghton. And the 2, Maximus Mickey at 8-5. Sat just off the speed and unleashed a 26-2 late surge and scored in 1:48 in the Houghton. 1-3-2.
It's going to be an exciting first division of that Sam McKee Memorial, but first and foremost, I'm joined by the editor of DRF Harness, Derek Givner. How is Hambo 100 Day going for you so far?
So far, so good. You know, I'm alive in a pick 3 with the horse that just won at 15-1, and the crowd here is nice, and just such good weather today.
I was going to say the weather is beautiful.
That's all anyone's talking about is how nice the weather is.
You were in the Fan Zone tent earlier today. How cool was it to you to see some of those old-timers come back?
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, I think I tweeted something out that you had so many training wins there. You had Chris Ryder, and right next to him is Brett Pelling and Ron Burke. And it's just fun for the fans to be able to see these people up close and personal.
And they were really involved in it, too, which is always something that's exciting. But we're going to get right to it. DRF Harness is one of the platforms where you can find anything, anytime. I feel like you've got a big team behind you that does such a great job. Just tell us a little bit about DRF and the digest and what it's all involved with.
Yeah, DRF Harness Digest, as you see up there on the screen, you can just scan that QR code on your phone and sign up in seconds. And basically it's a newsletter, comes out usually once a week, a little bit more during the sales season. And what we're trying to do is bring you fresh content, things you haven't read everywhere else. You know, we don't just pick up the press releases from other people. We have writers writing things, you know, just to try to make you think a lot of times, and some analysis and a lot of other stuff like that. And obviously the website, drf.com/harness, and DRF Harness on social media, Facebook, X, as you will.
Twitter, whatever that is.
We're just trying to get all the information out to the people, whether it's analysis or feature stories or breaking news, and I think we do a pretty good job. At least I'd like to think so.
I agree with you there. It's something I look forward to reading each and every week. It comes out on Thursdays, right? I usually read about Friday.
Yeah, the newsletter comes out every Thursday, usually between like 4 and 5:30 p.m., somewhere around there, and then during sales season, we'll put out extra issues for Lexington and Harrisburg, just to try to provide more coverage when there's a lot going on.
And you guys put on a special edition of the Hambo this week. Of course, everybody's been telling all different sorts of stories leading up to Hambo 100 just because there's so much history behind it.
Yeah, I mean, we put out a couple of interesting stories. There was one story where I asked like 15 different people their greatest Hambo moment, which I thought was pretty cool. We had interviews with a bunch of the different trainers that are involved in the different races, you know, just trying to give the fans as much Hambo as we could, basically. I feel like sometimes I think I overdo it. You know,
That's all right.
I can get away with less, and I just can't help myself. I want to give them more.
Yes, and it's always fun to read all of those. All right, time to put our handicapping caps on. And when I asked you what your top 4 picks were in here, I was happy that we are agreeing on Maximus Mickey. I have been a fan of this guy from day one. He loves the Big M. He loves, you know, any sort of trip Andy works out with him. I think Andy's been a perfect fit for him. The Cancellieri brothers have done a phenomenal job, and he finally was able to punch through with that big win last time out.
Yeah, he was spectacular last time. And even if you go back and look at the efforts before that, they were very good.
Yeah.
Last time he ran into a little bit of traffic trouble, you know, and he still raced really well. I mean, is 3-2 a great price to take on him? No, probably not. I mean, if you're looking at the board and you're just thinking, hey, I want to bet one horse here, I'd probably bet Funtime Bayama at 9-1. I was talking to trainer Andrew Harris earlier, and he kind of intimated to me that maybe they would leave this week, which is kind of interesting.
All right, real quick, they're heading to the gate. Who's your Hambo pick?
I'm going to go with Maryland. I
Okay.
mean, I don't think the price is going to be great, but I think he's the best horse in the race.
It's definitely wide open.
Absolutely. There's 6 or 7 horses that could legitimately win the race.
All right, thank you so much for joining me, Derek. Have a great rest of Hambo 100 Day. We'll send it up to Hall of Famer Ken Workington for the call of race 8. Go.
It's post time for race 8. They're at the gate here for the 8th Sam McKee Memorial First Division, sponsored by Purple Haze Stables. $131,650. Preferred equine starting gate is moving. 3-2 favorite to Maximus Mickey at 3-1, 3 by the Missile. 5-1 on 6. Captain Luke on gate. Race 8. Here they come. And they're off. Musketeer Hanover, and there goes Captain Luke, who shoots out to Maximus Mickey in Coach's Corner on the rail, leaving sharply. Coach's Corner zips right out there with Jason Bartlett, takes over. Here comes Captain Luke on the outside. There's a 2-hole for him, and he takes it. So it's Maximus Mickey out sprinted third to the opening quarter, looking anxious. By the Missile, fourth on the inside. Then it's Musketeer Hanover, fifth on the rail. Oakwood Arden gets underway on the outside, followed by Funtime Bayama and It's My Show. And No Control is your early trailer. Crisp opening quarter, 27 flat. Loose leader, Coach's Corner at 10-1. Coach's Corner in front, looking for a second quarter breather now. Captain Luke pockets up for now. Maximus Mickey back in the third position, By the Missile fourth. As they continue towards the half, that's Oakwood Arden looking to flush out By the Missile and almost doing that. Then Musketeer Hanover to his inside. Then Funtime Bayama looks to get going. Dull flow so far for him. Then It's My Show and No Control, half up in 54 seconds. So it's Coach's Corner the target. Maximus Mickey goes after him on the outside, soon to be second. Captain Luke in the pocket spot. By the Missile, second over on the outside as Maximus Mickey looks to get going. He's inching a bit closer. So By the Missile is fourth on the outside. Might have to come 3 wide. Musketeer Hanover pinned in fifth. Oakwood Arden sets up his rally from third over 6 past 3 quarters. Coach's Corner there in a brisk 1:21 flat, 27 flat third quarter. Coach's Corner by length and a half. Here comes By the Missile, firing his best shot on the outside, and Captain Luke after a perfect trip, and on the rail, Musketeer Hanover. Coach's Corner digging in. Captain Luke getting to him with Dexter Dunn. Captain Luke almost there. Captain Luke, then Coach's Corner. Musketeer Hanover and By the Missile, 1:47-3. Judges posting 6, Captain Luke with the 1, Coach's Corner, second, 6-1, and a photo on your Brittany Farms slow-mo replay. Number 4, Musketeer Hanover, 3rd, and 3 by the missile, 4th, 6-1-4-3. Number 6, Captain Luke, a 4-year-old bay horse by Captain Treacherous out of Bodacious Hanover by Dragon Again. Bred in Pennsylvania by Vucare Farms. Owned by Bill Pollock of Freehold, New Jersey, Bruce Ehrman of Freehold, and trainer Andrew Harris of Allentown, New Jersey. That's 3 today for Dexter Dunn. Second win of 2025. A close second in the graduate final. His 7th career victory, vaulting past the $800,000 mark in career earnings with a dazzling new mark here of 147 3/5 in the first division of the Sam McKee Memorial, sponsored by Purple Haze Stables. We welcome Taylor Smedshammer. That's Taylor Smedshammer on behalf of Wanda Policini. And, of course, Sam McKee did everything in the sport. He knew everybody. We miss him every single day. And we have dedicated our efforts going forward to his legacy of great work and honoring Sam's wife, Christine, his daughters, Lindsay, Megan, and Melissa. This is the first division of the Sam McKee Memorial. And 6, Captain Luke, is the official winner, 1360, 845.80. The 1, Coach's Corner, 845.20. And the 4, Musketeer Hanover, paid $19 to show. A 6-1 exact at 93, that's 93.60. 93.60, 6-1. 6-1-4 trifecta, $1,660. And for Dexter Dunn, it's his 3rd win in the Sam McKee Memorial. He won it in 2020 with Better's Wish and set the stakes record with Catch the Fire, 146-4 in 2022. The pick 4, 8,769.80. Dime Superfecta, 409.05 for that 10-cent super. 6-1-4-3. Post time is up for race 9. The Vincennes Preferred Trot for $60,000 at 3:05. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Race 9 starts the 50-cent mid-pick 4 with a guarantee of $125,000.
By here with the winning connections of Captain Luke. Dexter, this trip had to work out as best as you could possibly have ever imagined it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Andrew said to me going out to the track, the horse is in good form, just hasn't really worked out for him. And we got a good trip today, and, you know, he swelled up coming off that last turn, and once we give him clear, he come home good.
Yeah, any concern around the turn there that you would have clearance?
Yep. No, I thought we could be getting locked in here. It could be tight, but, you know, he was on the left line a touch too, so I was preferably wanted to come out with him, and we got that opportunity.
It's nice in a race like this, as Sam McKee, of course, one of the signature races here at the big end, that you picked up a driver at the last moment. You're in a little bit of a different situation later today. You had a choice to make, Super Chapter Maryland. Talk to us about the Hamiltonian. What went into that choice?
Well, you know, it was obviously a difficult one, as we talked about before, Gabe, but, you know, Maryland's been a big race winner before, and his elimination was, you know, I was really happy with him last week. Super Chapter's been unbelievable this year as well, obviously. So, you know, I made the call, and hopefully it's the right one, but pleasure to be part of the race.
Best of luck today. We're all looking forward to that one. Dexter, we'll bring in Andrew Harris here. Andrew, talk to us about this effort today from Captain Luke. Finally got that just great trip. He had so many traffic trouble trips. No, that wasn't the case today.
No, it wasn't. You know, Dex gave him a perfect trip, and I couldn't thank him enough for that. He's been super sharp. Last week he just kind of got stuck with a bad trip, but he's been racing great all year, and I couldn't be happier with him.
And what about the buck up at Hanover? He came back with a big win last week. What are you expecting today in that second division of the Sam McKee a little later on?
I expect him to be fully as what he was last year and stuff like that. He's just been a hard luck horse this year. You know, he got hot 2 starts ago there, and he ended up choking him. Last week he got a perfect trip, what he needed. He's feeling super confident coming into it. I got Bill, Karen, and Billy at home, so I'm happy that they're here to watch this, and hopefully we can be back here again later.
Are you as confident that he's sharp now as maybe as he was last season?
Yeah, I am actually. Last week he needed.
What does it take to reach 100? Talent?
Operation Hamiltonian complete!
Perseverance?
Yannick Gingras and Nancy Tactor, he's king of the Hamiltonian!
A little bit of luck.
The front left hoof of number 9 will strike the wheel. That is what ended up causing the disqualification.
Or maybe all of the above.
Combo Jet trotting third, the Providence Smoky Morn. And a Lindy's Pride winning the Hamiltonian. Super Bowl is going away in the final race of the mile.
Park Avenue Joe, Grove, here's the finish. Too close to call. And it is Malibu Man and Malvin Burrows. They win the Hamiltonian.
On the inside, green shoe, Forbidden Trade with a gigantic upset, Forbidden Trade.
The 100th Hambletonian.
The Meadowlands Racetrack in East Rutherford, New Jersey. Today, the epicenter of the harness racing world as we present the Centennial edition of the Hamiltonian. Beautiful afternoon for racing and a large crowd on hand today, taking in all of the fun-filled festivities. A little bit of something for everyone today, young and old alike, as excitement abounds as we move toward the $1 million Hamiltonian, the most important race in the sport of harness racing. There's a look at what we have coming up today. Busy afternoon on the show. We'll start off with the Vincennes Trot race number 9. On the undercard, the Hamiltonian Oaks is the highlight, the filly counterpart to the Hamiltonian. $500,000 on the line there. Top holder trotters in the John Cashman Memorial, and of course the 100th $1 million Hamiltonian. And that comes up in race number 12 on today's program. And hi again, everybody. Welcome trackside here at the Meadowlands. Greg Blanchard, pleased to be joined once again by Emily Ratcliffe this year. And Emily, it is hard to believe when we think about the Hamiltonian that we're already at the 100-year mark. Incredible.
100 years, Greg. That is hard to believe. 100 years, one race, but it's more than just a race. It's a rite of passage. Since 1926, this race has crowned the best 3-year-old trotting colts in North America, and through the decades, it stood the test of time. It's also become the race that every driver, trainer, and owner want to win.
And so many storylines each and every year, and I think the one this year may be the depth and how wide open this race is. In fact, a couple of undefeated colts heading into the final this season. They went in undefeated to their eliminations a week ago. We're going to take a look back now and show those 3 eliminations to you and dissect how things unfolded here. One of those colts who had yet to taste defeat this season coming in was Emoticon Legacy. the Canadian-based Invader, same connections in Luc Blais and owner's determination, who won this event a few years ago. Louis Philippois driving this guy, Emily, handled him nice and confidently here. The winning move coming in the second quarter.
That was the winning move right there. We're taking a look at it. And as you said, Louis Waugh making his Hamiltonian debut. This will be his first Hamiltonian appearance, and he's got just the horse to do it. This horse has pedigree behind him, the connections behind him, and he just oozes confidence, Greg. People may be a little critical here. It looked like he was going to get beat, but he did what he had to do to get the job done, and as I said, a super professional horse.
Very important that he found the wire just in time here and holds on. That ensured that he would get a good post position for the final. Yes, detractors will say, he was tired, maybe needed that wire, could be vulnerable this week. Others will say there's lots of room for improvement and he could be that much better. The other colt who came in yet to taste defeat on the season was Super Chapter for Marcus Melander, and Dexter Dunn with similar tactics just floated him to the lead in the second quarter.
He did, and this colt's undefeated in 5 starts. He's another one that has passed every test they have thrown at him, and he just is so confident, as is driver Dexter Dunn. Horses were taking aim at him, as they have all season, but he's another one that just gets the job done when he needs to.
An eye-catching rally from Maximus Miras, who was the runner-up there. And a different approach totally in the third and final elimination as Oka Svanstedt, a 2-time Hamiltonian winner, changed up the approach with Nordic Catcher this week. From post 1, he jetted straight to the front, took no prisoners.
Yeah, took no prisoners and took no chances. The horse looked like he showed a new dimension to himself. As you said, he put him on the front. He's been forwardly placed in previous races, but a nice, sharp front-running effort here, and it was a new lifetime best. I thought he showed a new dimension of himself. A lot of eyes on that particular effort, but there were a lot of eyes on the horse that finished second as well.
His name is Maryland. He's perfect this season too, but for a different reason. He's been second in all of his 4 starts. He was the divisional champion last season. So those 2 runner-ups, Maryland and Maximus Miras, they draw well. 2 elimination winners, Super Chapter, Emoticon Legacy, both undefeated this season. They leave side by side. And Oka just outside of all of them with Nordic Catcher.
He drew post 6 and actually saying that he wasn't all that happy with post 6. He said post 1, as is a lot of folks' favorite post position, would have preferred to have the 1, but he draws post 6. This is one of those spots that he's certainly going to have some decisions to make as soon as that gate folds.
So we easily made a good case for 5 or 6 horses just in watching those elimination races. A lot of people feel, Emily, this year's event may be the most wide open we have seen in a number of years.
It certainly has. We focus on the road to the Hambletonian. Each week we talk about these 3-year-old trotting colts, and they have all taken turns sharing the spotlight, I'll say. A few weeks ago, I think you would have asked 10 different people, got 10 different answers as far as who is the winner is concerned. So as you said, a very deep group this year, a lot of storylines and a lot of action to look forward to.
A lot of excitement, a lot of intrigue, and no doubt a lot of tension over in the paddock area as the excitement begins to build. To set the scene for us over there, we bring in the other member of our team this afternoon and say hello to Mark McKelvey.
Well, thank you very much, Greg, Emily. And yes, there's a real good buzz here at the paddock for Hamiltonian 100. It's obviously an all-star day of racing, and for racing fans, when the calendar comes out, you're always circling that first Saturday in August. And Emily was just talking about how deep and wide open this year's edition of the Hamiltonian is, but you can usually sometimes have strength in numbers, and that's the case for trainer Marcus Melander, who will send out 4 of the 10 starters in the Hamiltonian, all in search of his first win in this iconic race, and maybe it would make sense to do it in year 100. So he's going to have a real good opportunity, but to your guys' point, it's really wide open. All afternoon, I'll be back here catching up with many of the participants, and we'll try and get some inside scoops leading in to our big events. Now let's send it back to you guys outside the winner's circle.
Thank you, Mark. Looking forward to catching up with you throughout the afternoon. He mentioned Marcus Melander looking for his first Hamiltonian victory. But like a few years back, there's a Canadian-based Invader trained by Luc Blais and owned by Determination that may have different ideas. So much to look forward to here this afternoon. We are just getting started. Right now, we'll take a commercial break, and we'll be back with more from the Meadowlands in a moment.
New Jersey, we've got more summer wows under the sun than anyone. So come see what your wow's gonna be in the little state of New Jersey, where it's one wow after another, after another, after another. You get it. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lotta.
Raj Farms, more than 4 decades of trend-setting in modern-day trotting. Al Raj Farm is the birthplace of millionaires such as Fern, Muscles Marinara, Whiskey Taps, and Dewey Color in the Line. Al Raj Farm is also home to some of the top brood mares in the sport, such as Ice Attraction, Non-Stick, 7 Times a Lady, and She Shack. Check out their lineup of 16 yearlings by sires such as the great Muscle Hill, Walner, Chapter 7, Captain Corey, and first crop by Back of the Neck and Ukiri D, selling this fall in Lexington, Kentucky. The birthplace of 2-year-old trotting filly Breeders' Crown champion Lady Landia. You can find them all at alarajfarm.com or on Facebook. Alaraj Farm.
You have to get out and embrace the adventure. In Lancaster, there are so many hidden gems to explore, and the fall is the best time to do it.
Lancaster is a destination that has this incredible rich history and the countryside and the culture. We kind of have it all.
Monica Hanover charges up at him. Stanley Dancer waves his whip, and Super Bowl responds. Into the stretch, Super Bowl, trotting strongly, leads the way by 2. Racing in second, Monica Hanover flushes third, and Super Bowl is going away. In the final 8 of the mile, Super Bowl going away from Monica Hanover and winning the Hamiltonian.
The legendary Stanley Dancer going way back there with Super Bowl and winning the Hamiltonian. Stanley, of course, one of the titans when it comes to trainers and records in the Hamiltonian. He is one of only 3 5-time winners. His dominance started in the late 60s, throughout the 70s, even into the 80s. Of course, it was Ben White who first came into prominence in the early days of the Hamiltonian. Then the late, great Billy Houghton reeled off 5 Hamiltonian victories in a span of 9 years. Remarkable. And in more recent times, of course, Jimmy Takter and Chuck Sylvester adding to their legend.
And Jimmy Takter's daughter, Nancy Takter, taking over the reins, but certainly making a name for herself as well, as you said, throughout the Hamiltonian Day and Hamiltonian Oaks.
A huge crowd here this afternoon, and I think, Emily, that has to do with the weather because, you know, it's often sunny and warm here, but some would argue maybe too warm. It's usually hot and humid. Today, it could not be any better, and the crowd is certainly indicative of that.
It is absolutely electric out here, Greg. As you said, the energy and the adrenaline, it feels just wonderful. And, of course, you failed to mention last year we were sitting in this very same spot, torrential downpour just before the race. So we've seen a little bit of everything. As you said, Mother Nature has certainly blessed us today.
They had that downpour here about a day and a half ago, so just in time to push through and leave us with a perfect afternoon today for Hamiltonian 100. Great undercard, though, today. And right now we're going to head over to Mark McKelvey with a special guest.
Good. Perfect. Thanks, Cole.
I think that'll work.
Standing by with trainer Noel Daly, who sends out Miss Belmar in today's Hamiltonian Oaks. And Noel, you've got an elimination winner, a filly that's had a lot of success and is riding lots of momentum coming into today. You must be very confident.
Yeah, always been a very good filly. She just really didn't concentrate that well all of a 2-year-old year. She'd run off the track, do a few things. But last 3 or 4 starts, she's really focused and put it in. You know, I think it's hers to win or lose today. She's not the soundest filly in the world. She's much sounder today warming up than she was last week. Rail's a little bit of a tricky spot, but you know, if she has a good day, she's the one they've got to beat, I think, you know. So.
Well, that was what I was going to ask you, was that rail starting spot. When you win your elimination, you guarantee a good spot, but maybe you didn't get the best of the good.
No, that's not the one we would have asked for, but you know, it is what it is. It's better than drawing the 10-hole. You know, to me, everything's about is just having reasonable luck and having a good day, and I was very happy with the way she warmed up today.
All right, Noel, best of luck.
All right, thank you.
All right, Hamiltonian Oaks, part of our coverage here today from the 100th Hambletonian.
And we are back on track live for our 9th race, some bonus coverage today. This is the Vincennes. It's a preferred event. And we've got a bulky 10-horse field going to the post here. Noel Daly does not have a starter here. Marcus Melander, though, who has 4 in the Hamiltonian, sends out 2 starters here. Atos Kronos, the number 1 in the field, a 4-time winner in his 7 starts this season. And SIP, just 1 for 6 this season, but that came last time here in a sparkling 150-3.
Big effort in his last, Greg. As you said, 26-2 on the end of it. The horse has been ultra consistent. He's been on the board in 3 of 6. Certainly going to need to step it up here, but it looks like he's trending in the right direction.
Just part of a wonderful undercard today. This is a $60,000 contest and a great tune-up for some of the drivers. Dexter Dunn will be on board, the number 1. He's already had a good afternoon, so he will be brimming with confidence heading into the main event still to come.
As you said, a number of these drivers are just happy to get the nerves out, as you said. So this certainly no shortage of trotting talent in this field as well.
The Hall of Fame voice here at the Meadowlands is that of Ken Workington. He's got the call of the Vincennes Preferred Trot next.
50-cent mid-pick 4. Race 9, $60,000. The Vincennes Preferred Trot. Here they come. And they're off and trotting. Resolve to win. Tried to blast off on the outside. Dire Straits, a little expensive. Big favorite Atos Kronos leaving sharply on the inside. Into the first turn, Winter Soldier cuts the corner on Little Expensive, now 5th on the outside. As SIP looks to go up 6th on the outside, followed by Chulo. And then it's Amazing Catch at the rear of the field outside the Fire, and Celebrity Bambino can see them all. Striding clear, Resolve to win at 23-1 with Tetrick, 27 flat. Resolve to win on the point right now. Fed Racetrack is Atos Kronos. Dexter Dunn makes his move right now and goes for the lead. Dire Straits back to 3rd on the inside. Winter Soldier is 4th and Little Expensive is 5th. And then it's SIP 6th on the inside. Chulo is staying in. Amazing Catch to the outside, and outside the Fire and Celebrity Bambino. Halfway home at 1-5. Atos Kronos on the point now. Hits the half in 55-2, just 28-2. Atos Kronos, ball's in his court now as they hit that far turn. Resolve to win is 2nd. Dire Straits on the inside, staying in 3rd. Little Expensive 4th on the outside. Winter Soldier is 5th. And then it's SIP on the outside, 6th, followed by Chulo. And then Amazing Catch on the outside with Celebrity Bambino, and outside the Fire. As Atos Kronos scoots off by 3.5, 4 lengths. Little Expensive trying to track him down on the outside is full out, so is Resolve to win. Dire Straits looks for room. 3/4, 1:23-1 in the stretch. Atos Kronos has good separation, about 5 or 6. Little Expensive in that battle for place with Dire Straits skimming the cones, and Winter Soldier. But they're far back here, and it's Atos Kronos who destroys them. A grand slam for Dexter Dunn. Atos Kronos romps over Dire Straits, Little Expensive, and Winter Soldier in a dazzling 1:50-4.
Just a walk in the park this afternoon for Atos Kronos in capturing the Vincennes Preferred. And a sparkling 150-4 effort, now 5 for 8 this season, this 9-year-old, with career earnings of well over $1.5 million. And Emily, he pretty much just toyed with the field today.
He did. A new lifetime best for this 9-year-old son of Bold Eagle. As he said, scored his 5th win of the season in just 8 starts. So this horse is racing extremely well. And as you said, absolutely toying with the field there.
And the 4th winner of the day so far, 4 and counting, for driver Dexter Dunn. We'll be back with more after the break.
In 123-1, they're in the stretch of the Hamiltonian Oaks, and it's Fashion Schooner looking to go wire to wire, but now Pink Coco Chanel kicks in late into second. Far outside, Mano with late trot, Yanaba between horses. Fashion Schooner home free for the Bionic Man, Tim Tetrick. Fashion Schooner in the Hamiltonian Oaks.
We are back, and here's a look at the Winter Circle celebration for today's 9th race. It is the Vincennes Preferred Trot, 4th winner of the afternoon for Dexter Dunn, teaming up with Marcus Melander and Atos Kronos. Emily, those connections, hoping that is a sign of things to come later this afternoon.
Always good when you can get to the Winter Circle anytime, but even more so on Hamiltonian Day. As you said, one of those just special times as we talk about the day and the feel. That Hamiltonian Winter Circle certainly is something special.
There's a look at the prices. Another popular winner this afternoon, Atos Chronos, returning $2.40 to win. Some long shots getting in there. Dire Straits and young pilot Braxton Boyd with his patented rail skimming trip finishes second. Big place ticket there and beefs up that exacta with a heavy favorite winning it $165.20 on that exotic payout. So that is the Vincennes to start our coverage here this afternoon as we welcome you back trackside. Again, Greg Blanchard and Emily Ratcliffe on a gorgeous afternoon for harness racing, about as perfect as you can get temperature-wise, and the largest crowd that I've seen in a number of years here as the excitement builds towards this year's Hamiltonian. But first up, it's the highlight of the undercard today. The $500,000 Hamiltonian Oaks is on deck, and these are the best trotting fillies on the continent. And there's a look at the inside five. And again, that regally bred youngster, Deja Blue, going to get a lot of attention from post 2.
And as you said, the Grade 1 $500,000 Hamiltonian Oaks, a different look than we've seen as far as the depth of the field. Something that we continue to talk about is how deep these fields are, and that's exactly what you have in this year's edition. As you said, a lot of Hamiltonian, though, bleeding through this as we see Muscle Hill. You talk about Deja Blue, a sire and a dam Hamiltonian champion. So a lot of great fillies set to go postward here.
Miss Belmar and Delaney Hanover were both elimination winners. Conversano captured the third split from a week ago. Post 6 for that one, and picks up James McDonald here this afternoon as Andy McCarthy opted to go with Miss Belmar and 2 Nancy Tactor pupils toward the outside of the gate, those being Champagne Problems and Torrisi. So 3 elimination winners from a week ago. The total margin of victory, a length and a half. That's how close it is heading into the final. Many great fillies over the years have bypassed the Hamiltonian Oaks, and tell us more about that. Once again, here's Mark McKelvey.
Well, the fillies are certainly going to be in the spotlight when we get to the Hamiltonian Oaks in just a little bit, but over the course of 99 prior editions of the Hamiltonian, we've seen the fillies take on the boys and have success. 15 in total, and with it being the 100th Hambletonian, let's go down memory lane and look at some of these famous fillies. 1936, Rosalind. Now this story is so remarkable, they even wrote a book about it called Born to Trot. Ben White, a legendary figure in the sport. He was the breeder, owner, trainer, driver of Rosalind. He gifted this horse, though, to his son Gibson White, who was battling tuberculosis. It truly was a full family affair for the Whites when Rosalind was victorious in 1936. Coming out of that one, though, we're going to skip ahead 60 years to 1996. Continental victory for Mike LaChance and Ron Gerfine.
Pocket, 3/4, 125-1. 3/16 to go, and they're on their way home. It's Continental victory with the lead. Lindy Lane attacks on the outside. Then it's another 2-back to Running C. But it's a dramatic 2-horse battle. Continental victory, the filly on the inside for LaChance. On the outside, Lindy Lane and O'Donnell as they hit the wire. Continental victory has done it. She wins the Cadillac Hamiltonian.
Continental victory was sure dominant there on that day in 1996, but we would have to wait 22 years before we would see another filly win. This time, it was Atlanta for Team Zeron.
The slip here. It is Atlanta, the filly, and Scott Zeron trying to keep her going, trying to track her down. Crystal Fashion, Metz Hall on the outside, tactical landing on the inside. Almost there, Atlanta. Scott Zeron rocking, whipping, driving, and the filly does it! Atlanta, then Metz Hall. Tactical landing and Crystal Fashion. Atlanta in one.
Well, Atlanta, she was one of the best in the sport, a Hall of Famer, Atlanta. And, well, it took 22 years from Continental victory to Atlanta. It would only take 2 more years before Ramona Hill would win the 2020 edition for Andrew McCarthy and trainer Tony Alagna.
He takes dead aim on the outside, but he's full out. Back of the neck is third, Amigo Volo fourth, Ramona Hill, Andrew McCarthy 5 today. Ramona Hill takes the Hamiltonian over Ready for Money. Back of the neck and Amigo Volo.
Well, we're not going to see a filly in the 100th Hambletonian. Maybe next year, 101, we could get that 16th filly to win America's Trotting Classic.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, I think just a matter of time before we see a filly take on the boys again. You know, it even translates to the older trotting division now, where some of the top trotting females are dominant against the very best in the division. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch 10 great fillies square off next in the Hamiltonian Oaks. There's a look at the crowd today, continuing to build, and that is awesome to see. There's a lot of electricity in the air today, Emily. So much happening in anticipation of the great racing we're going to see on the racetrack today, which undoubtedly is the star of the show.
That's exactly right, Greg. You know, so many iconic moments have happened right here at the Meadowlands, and it is absolutely fitting that you said we have great weather. The crowd on hand is electric. It's a lot of times you go to these events and there's a lot of things going on. People can get distracted, but we're sitting down here right on the apron near the winner's circle, and when the races get ready to go, all focuses are on the track.
Yeah, my focus was on one of those food trucks earlier. There are a lot of great options here today in that regard. Live entertainment as well. TV star Carson Kressley here again for the best hat contest. And how about some of those? We saw some really impressive get-ups today earlier walking around here. I'm not sure who won, but boy, they put a good show on too.
They did. We saw quite a few of them bouncing around here, and like you said, need to give a shout out to those folks because they put a lot of time, a lot of effort,
Absolutely.
And it certainly adds to the pomp and circumstance.
For sure. All right, we're going to head back over trackside. Mark McKelvey again with a special guest.
Raced great, and she won. Andy happened to win a couple of limbs, and they just asked me if I was coming back, and always thrilled to get a drive like this in a big race.
Absolutely, $500,000 race. You know about winning big races, but when you sit behind one for the very first time, what are you going to be looking at when you get out there?
Just try and feel her out as much as possible, try and learn as much as I can, as quick as I can, so the surprises are less in the race. So she seems, I've talked to Andy, and I talked to a few people that have driven her and won, so they give me all the information I need, and just hopefully I can work out a trip.
Well, I know that Conversano, Juan Cano, they got a big cheering section here today, so best of luck.
Thanks a lot, Mark.
All right, there you go. Conversano, one of the limb winners as the horses are heading out now for the Hamiltonian Oaks.
All right, thank you, Mark. James McDonald, Captain Canada. He's been the multiple O'Brien Award winner there as Driver of the Year and becoming more and more of a regular here on Hamiltonian Day in these marquee events. And he's a go-to guy now and picks up a very live drive and elimination winner, Conversano.
Yeah, this filly has just been near perfect. 6 of 8 this season, and really can't make any marks about her.
Getting a look at the field now on post parade. There's Deja Blue, the number 2. Yannick Gingras, what a record he has in this event. He's a 6-time winner and once rattled off 5 straight Hamiltonian Oaks victories. 3 in the field. Sound judgment's going to be Kevin Oscarson driving here for veteran trainer Jim Oscarson. This one 0 for 5 coming in. Talented filly. Certainly would be a big step up today, but if she does it, she'll reward her backers well. She's 33-1 right now on the tote board.
Going to take a look at the 4. That's going to be Our Charm, a 3-year-old filly by Propulsion, who's looking for her 2nd win of the season in 4 starts for trainer Linda Toscano. David Miller looking for another Oaks victory. He, of course, was victorious in this same race in 2012 with Personal Style.
Right, we're going to get a look at that one in a moment. Number 5 in the field is Delaney Hanover. Scott Zeron will be driving here for Lucas Wallen. Of course, they're hoping for that very lucrative Hambo Oaks Hamiltonian double today. They've got a great opportunity. She was such an impressive off-the-pace winner in her elimination. She's another daughter of Muscle Hill. That was her first win in 3 starts on the season. So coming in, making start number 4, perhaps primed and ready for the best effort here this afternoon.
We were just talking to James McDonald. He'll steer the 6, Conversano, for trainer Juan Cano. This filly, looking for her 7th win of the season, fresh off of that elimination victory in 152-4. This filly's pedigree oozes Hamiltonian Oaks as well. Muscle Hill, of course, a Hamiltonian champ. Celebrity Ruth already produced a Hamiltonian contender, and Celebrity Bambino. So filly's got the pedigree along with the connections behind her as well.
Number 7 in the field is a Perfect Annie, and she is a daughter of the speedy Goo Goo Gaga Carter Penske trains. One of the divisional leaders last year, 3-time winner, 7 on the board finishes in 10, and already 2 for 4 this season heading into today's final.
The 8 is Walsby, a 3-year-old filly by Wallner. Tron Schmedhammer trains and drives this young filly, looking for her 4th win of the season. Tron Schmedhammer won this race in 2008 with Creamy Mimi. Andy Miller was in the bike, and this filly finished 3rd in her elimination. Last 2 winners of this very same race also finished 3rd in their elimination.
The second of 3 entrants in the field for trainer Nancy Tactor is Champagne Problems. She's been able to find the winner's circle just once in 6 this year. She was a 7-time winner in her 12 starts as a rookie in 2024. Has Dexter Dunn. He's red hot today, looking for his 5th winner on the program. Nancy, a winner in this event back in 2020 with Sorella.
She'll also send out the 10, trainer Nancy Tactor, sending out this 3-year-old filly by Wallner. Tim Tetrick will do the driving duties on Torrisi. She's looking for her 2nd win of the season. Nancy, as you said, won the 2020 Hamiltonian Oaks with Sorella. Tim Tetrick, 4 wins in this race, 2007. Most recently, though, in 2023 with Heaven Hanover. He'll do it from post 10 here today.
That is your field of 10, an outstanding field. It was a very interesting set of eliminations 1 week ago. Nobody really dominated in those eliminations. We're going to take a look back at them now and see how they unfolded. The first split, we pick it up turning for home and watch the horse in the 2nd over position, just tipping off cover now. It's the money man, Scott Zeron, and Delaney Hanover timing it perfectly.
Timing it perfectly, and she's just got 4 starts on the season. This will be her 4th start today, Greg. A lot of folks not sure what type of condition, but I love the way she finished up in her elimination. We talked a little earlier about the confidence. Scott Zeron oozing confidence in the bike there.
Here's Miss Belmar on the lead in the late stages here. Watch closely. The filly kind of almost stumbles, puts in a bad step. Going to come right about here, and thankfully able to stay on gate, not bothering anybody in behind her, and kind of recollects herself and trots strong through the wire.
She does, and that's what I loved most about that effort. Obviously, you don't want to see her step, but when those horses got to her, she looked like she found another gear again.
And here's the final elimination winner, Conversano. Again, Andy McCarthy in the driver's seat appears to be on cruise control. You're expecting this one to trot clear and widen the advantage, but on the other hand, late it ends up being a lot closer. The filly on the inside rallies. She maybe gets a little bit wandery late in the mile and made it closer than I'm sure the connections wanted it to be.
Certainly so, and she switched up her tactics. So we'd typically seen this filly forwardly placed. She was forwardly placed in her elimination, but as you said, maybe got a little wandery there. Still trotted home in 27-4, and the filly has really progressed nicely throughout the season.
So no standout in the field. It is a wide open affair. It's going to be a good one. $500,000 Hamiltonian Oaks coming up next. Welcome back. We are just moments away from the Hamiltonian Oaks, getting a look at final preparations here as the fillies get ready to go. The stakes record could be in jeopardy here. It's 150. That belongs to Manchego back in 2018. The last of 5 consecutive wins in this race for trainer Jimmy Takter and driver Yannick Gingras. Yannick today, though, hoping that Deja Blue can give him another victory from post 2.
Yes, the winningest leads all, 6 Oaks wins, as you said, and you talk about the track, you talk about the conditions. We've already seen a world record earlier today, so the conditions are right, and as you said, a very deep group that I think will set up for a very competitive race.
The starting gate is in motion, $500,000 on the line. Top trotting fillies in the sport of harness racing. Here's Ken Workington with the call.
7-2 on 2 Deja Blue. The 6 Conversano. Elimination winner was 4-1. And they're on gate for race 10, the Hamiltonian Oaks final. Here they come. Fillies are off and trotting in the Hamiltonian Oaks. Conversano, a perfect Annie left hard. Walsby on the outside. Sound Judgment put in play on the inside into the top 4. Miss Belmar cuts the corner. She is 5th on the inside. Deja Blue just floated away in 6th. And parked out 7th is Delaney Hanover. Stride for stride with Our Charm at the rear of the field. Then Champagne, Problems, and Teresi. A perfect Annie on the point. Here comes Conversano and James McDonald to take over. On the move up quickly is Walsby on the outside 3rd and gaining 27-1. Honest opening quarter. Sound Judgment 4th on the inside. As they continue across the backstretch, Miss Belmar is 5th on the cones. And 6th is Deja Blue. That one followed by, on the outside, Delaney Hanover. And then comes Our Charm, and still trailing is Teresi. Halfway home, Walsby in front here at 20-1. With Franz Smedshammer taking them past the half in 55 seconds. Walsby, Conversano 2nd. A perfect Annie on the inside 3rd. Sound Judgment goes first over on the outside. Miss Belmar to follow her. Deja Blue 3rd over, 6th on the outside. Teresi shoots a gap on the inside 7th, but needs racing room. Then it's Delaney Hanover stacked up 4th over in a dull flow here. Then Our Charm is last. Walsby, they're trying to figure her out. Conversano in the pocket spot. Sound Judgment first over. A perfect Annie on the inside. Miss Belmar 3 wide on the outside. And Deja Blue. Gingras got a lap full there, 124-1. They're in the stretch of the Hamiltonian Oaks. Walsby will try to hold on. Conversano had a perfect trip and looking to pay off. Walsby on the outside, Conversano, and James McDonald drawing clear. The conversation's over. It's Conversano scores over Walsby. Then Delaney Hanover and Deja Blue. Conversano, James McDonald in the Hamiltonian Oaks in 151-2.
James McDonald picking up perhaps the drive of his life here, winning the Hamiltonian Oaks with Conversano, and could not have worked out a better trip for the filly. She knew exactly what to do with it.
She looked like a true professional out there, Greg. Like James said before going out, you know, try to get a good feel for her, put her in the right spot, and that's certainly what he did. The filly put her head down and just got to work. She was home free. As soon as she got to the leader, Walsby, a gallant effort. As soon as she got to the leader, though, Conversano, as Ken Workington mentioned, the conversation was over.
The race unfolded perhaps differently than most people thought, as Walsby came dangerously close to taking it all the way, but it's Conversano and a pumped up James McDonald getting it done in the $500,000 Hamiltonian Oaks.
And here comes Super One with Beisinger. And here comes Shy Away St. Pat and Raymond. And those three, fitting of the champions, spread across the track. Super One is trying to hold on, and Shy Away St. Pat wants to run him down. Super One's got it ahead. Shy Away's up on the outside, and Shy Away is inching to the front.
Welcome back. Here's another look at the stretch drive of the Hamiltonian Oaks. Perfect trip converted for Conversano. In the trip department, it didn't work out today for Delaney Hanover. Way out wide, coming on with a big final rush, Emily, but just a little bit too late.
Yeah, too much work to do on the end of the mile, Greg. As you said, to take nothing away from her because she was full of trot crossing the wire. Again, just like you said, just had a little too much work to do to get the job done today.
James McDonald, a happy James McDonald, picked up the drive following the eliminations. His wife Paige in the winner's circle with him and a large group celebrating. This filly bred in New Jersey by James Parisi. And yeah, this one a daughter of the great Muscle Hill, former Hamiltonian winner. Won 2 races. She banked $30,000 last year, but whole different story this year. That victory puts her just shy of $500,000 in earnings.
And, you know, she's got the pedigrees. You talked about Muscle Hill. She's out of the Archangel mare Celebrity Ruth, who's already produced a horse by the name of Celebrity Bambino, who we saw in the Hamiltonian just a few years ago. So as you said, a filly that's got some pedigree behind her, and she has stamped her name in the record books here with this victory and a new lifetime best at that.
Her 7th win of the season in just 9 trips postward. And with James McDonald, maybe not a household name for the folks here south of the border, although he's getting more well-known by the year, but certainly north of the border, he has been the undisputed kingpin for the last number of years, a multiple O'Brien Award winner as Canada's Driver of the Year. And that's why you tap a guy like this on the shoulder. He did not shy away from the big moment, and could not have worked out a better trip scenario.
If you're looking for a guy to hop aboard for the first time, I can't think of anyone more qualified and anyone with a resume quite like James McDonald. As you said, cool, calm, and collected, and you know, getting the job done every time he sits behind an opportunity like that.
There's TV star Carson Kressley on hand to celebrate with the winning connections, along with Mr. Hamiltonian John Campbell, of course the winningest driver in the history of the Hambo. And he was part of a big alumni night here last evening. Many of the past titans of the sport, and especially the Hamiltonian, were here. It was wonderful to see such a collection of Hall of Fame talent here, and John, of course, trackside for the presentation. Very happy. Winning connections, Juan Cano, local trainer, big moment for him as well.
As you said, well, this is one of those races like we talked about, just like the Hamiltonian. It's one that stamps your name in the record books, and like you said, a career-defining moment, in my opinion. Plenty of success for this young trainer, but this is one of those races you just don't forget.
How about Tron Smedshammer's effort with Wall Speed? The long shot very nearly gave him his 2nd victory. Here's Mark with winning driver James McDonald.
Well, James, we were talking as you were heading out to the track, and first time sitting behind Conversano, and you're never going to forget that one.
No, that was a thrill, a real thrill. Just can't thank Juan and his owner enough. I mean, they didn't need to. They could have used anyone here, and it's just always a dream come true to get a drive in a race like this, and to win. It's just it's unbelievable.
At the top of the stretch there, it looked like you had a horse that was full of trot, and you were getting a nice trip. What was going through your mind?
Oh, I can't believe the trip, the way it worked out. I didn't know how the race would go. I hadn't raced against a lot of these horses. My horse felt so good, and I was just edging her over, and then she gave me a couple little shuffles halfway down the lane, and I was like, please, you can't run now.
James, congratulations, winner of the Hamiltonian Oaks.
All right, thanks, Mark.
All right, let's go back to Greg and Emily.
Thank you, and we'll get a look at James McDonald showing some rare emotion in the midst of a race for James. He, like a lot of the top guys, pretty even-keeled. when it comes to that. Keeps his emotions in check, but this is the type of day where it kind of comes pouring out sometimes, and you can't help it.
As he said, a dream. He said a dream come true, and that's exactly what it is when you win a race like that. And it's always good, as you said. These guys are typically calm, cool, collected. That's why they're out there. That's why they're professionals. But it's always good to see that celebratory after the wire, and just kind of the sigh of relief, and of course the happiness as well.
For sure. So again, congratulations to the Connections of Conversano, her 7th win of the season in 9 trips postward. We are just getting started here. The Hamiltonian Oaks in the books. We've got the John Cashman for the top older trotters coming up in just a few moments. And of course, the main event, the $1 million Hamiltonian later today. I believe we're going to head back over to the winner's circle in a moment and catch up with Juan Cano. And again, just talking about how special the moment is and could really, kickstart or give his training career a further boost.
As you said, he's had plenty of success throughout the country, and specifically here in New Jersey and on the East Coast. But this is one of those races that can catapult a career and, make your name known, kind of a household name, if you will. And as you said, one of those races you don't soon forget. And, I talked to, when James was mentioning that, kind of a dream come true, and giving the nod to the Connections. They could have gotten anyone, but they got James, and it goes a long way, the connection between horse and driver and the trainer as well. A lot of work goes into getting a horse like that to the winner's circle.
And to put yourself in the head of the driver over that final quarter of a mile, it has to be amazing, because at some point he's thinking, okay, I'm getting a perfect trip. The mare feels really good. On the other hand, there were times where she maybe put in a step or two and made him nervous. That last 30 seconds had to feel like a year.
I would think so. It felt like that for me. We're watching the race and trying to take notes. And as you said, a lot of horses coming from everywhere. It's one thing for your horse to feel good. You don't know how good the other horses feel as well. As we talked about, Delaney Hanover making a gallant bid. Walsby looked strong on the front. And not only do you have to have things together for yourself, you've got to make sure that the other ones don't have you one better. So a lot of factors go into, as you said, that last quarter of a mile, and a lot of emotion as well.
That is the other side of the equation for Delaney Hanover driver Scott Zeron. That last stretch seemed like a flash. It just wasn't long enough, and that is the drama. That is the sport of harness racing, and that is what makes it so great. And we knew there wasn't much to choose between the top contenders based on what we saw in the eliminations, and similar result here in the final. I guess the disappointment as far as the eliminations are concerned would be Miss Belmar. She never really factored today.
Yeah, when we talked about it, when we saw it, she took a little bit of a step in her elimination. She was able to overcome that. She was not able to overcome that today. So as we talk about, looking at these fillies and how they're coming into form, that was a little bit of a hint as far as her condition. Looked like she was primed. She was second over. Andy McCarthy, again, you talk about the drivers and wanting to have him in position. Have to believe that he was very excited with his position, but again, obviously they're late in the lane, something amiss for Miss Belmar, and today was not her day.
It's a driver's race for sure, and for James McDonald, talking about his career, I mean, he's done everything there is to do in Canada, now making his mark here on the bigger stage, and showing that he belongs with the best.
As you said, and this is, again, his first Hamiltonian Oaks victory. So, they say, oh, you always remember your first. He's going to remember this one for a while.
All right, we are going to switch gears now and look ahead a little bit to this afternoon, our main event coming up later. Lucas Wallen, a trainer that's looking for a big result there, and earlier Mark McKelvey caught up with him.
Well, here in the winner's circle, that's exactly where Lucas Wallen is hoping to get to, and he has a lot of confidence in his horse, Maximus Miris. This is almost kind of the wise guy pick. He raced super well in his elimination, closing on up, and the horse has really just kind of been peaking for this start here in the Hamiltonian. Lucas has all the confidence in the world, especially having a 3-time Hambo winning driver that'll be handling the duties in Scott Zeron.
Of course, when the owner bought him as a weanling in Sweden, and he have a tremendous pedigree, and when he got here, he was a pretty big and heavy horse, and it took a little bit time for him to find his gait. So, but you always felt the big engines he had, and I qualified myself, and I said, this is a serious horse, and I raced him in an overnight at Chester myself, and he won. And after that, I told Scotty that I think he's pretty good, but we see. And he was happy with him, and he have always been very high on him. I know how good Maximus is if he shows up on his day. You know, it's horses; anything can happen, of course. But it feels like it's working out our way, and we just need a little bit of luck on Saturday.
Lucas Wallen, nice to hear from him, and driver Scott Zeron. They call him the money man. He's a three-time Hamiltonian winner. He is as cool as a cucumber, so expect big things from them later this afternoon. Looking ahead to the main event, the Hamiltonian. Can lightning strike twice for the Connections who won it back in 2019 when Forbidden Trade upended the big three-horse entry from the Marcus Melander stable? The hopes this time plays squarely on a colt named Emoticon Legacy.
Emoticon Legacy, Greenmaw is inching in. Emoticon Legacy, and Greenmaw hit the line together.
I think that the maturity is more mature this year. That's only that, and the good way. And more he race at that level, more he look pro, you know.
He does it his own way, so you kind of get used to it. I feel like after it's nice with Luke working, and we kind of have a similar philosophy with horses.
Fighting back, Forbidden Trade on the inside. Green Shoe, Forbidden Trade with a gigantic upset.
You know, at the moment, you don't realize. It's a couple of days after, you said, oh, you know, adrenaline, I don't know, and now those moments is very special, you know, yeah.
Driving for Luke, learning with all the years, especially the Hamiltonian, it's the race he peaks for. So I know that Emoticon, if nothing wrong happen, you can control everything, but if nothing wrong happen, he should be even better than he's been the last month. So I'm gonna go in there with a little more confidence than if I was driving for anybody else.
I think it's gonna be better this week. We'll make a little change the shoe and stuff like that.
Both Luke and I, we felt like he had his opal a little tighter than usually, like sometimes different surface or whatever, so he was stretching them more, and I kind of feel like it got him maybe a little more tired because of that. So I hope that going in the final we can improve on that point as well. I grew up as a pacer guy. We never had trotters where I'm from. Before the move here, I didn't even know what the Hamiltonian was.
We train horses because we're passionate about that. You know, you need to dream a little bit. If you don't dream, I think it push you to, you hope you're gonna have one like that, you know.
There's not much more preparation that you can do than looking at it and to guess who's gonna do what, but still it always changes when you get behind the gate. So I'll be probably a little more excited on Saturday than I am right now, but it should be a good day, what happens.
Looking to give trainer Luke Blais and owner Determination a second Hamiltonian title later this afternoon. Here's a horse they raced in last year's final. His name is Private Access, and we're going to see him in this upcoming John Cashman Memorial FanDuel trot here. 300,000 on the line, top older trotters, and a field of 11 this time, 10 on the gate and 1 from the second tier. Private Access, one of a number in this field, Emily, who are former Hamiltonian finalists. So they truly go on to bigger and better things as older horses.
As you said, the Hamiltonian, a bit of a catapult for a number of these horses. But yeah, there's a look at the Hamiltonian graduates that we'll see coming up, and take your pick because they all are very competitive in this particular field.
The best result of the horses competing in this event, Oh Well, who was the runner-up in 2023. He's a career winner now of $1.8 million. Up Your Deo hit the board back in 2023. Unfortunate luck for Security Protected, one of Marcus Melander's entrants last year in the Hamiltonian. He made a break in stride, which cost him all chance. He finished 10th in that event. So 6 of the 11 finalists here did compete previously in a Hamiltonian, the springboard to the older ranks for sure. Getting a look at the odds board here as we near post time for this event. Periculum, the even money choice. He was 5th in the 2022 Hambo, one of a couple in this field for the Marcus Melander barn. He has really looked fantastic to start this season. I put together a really good 5-year-old campaign, a 6-time winner. He banked well over $800,000. 2 for 3 this year. His only loss came last time. Real tough trip in the spirit of Massachusetts trot at Plainridge, where he just missed. He could very easily be 3 for 3.
And, you know, I think it's interesting as you get to the older trot division, Greg, there's a lot of paths that lead to this particular race. Unlike the Hamiltonian, where it's pretty scheduled and they've got a pretty strict schedule that they follow. Interesting that Periculum, just 3 starts on the season, so he's making his 4th. And obviously, by design, his connections, picking and choosing their spots. As you said, that last out, a tough trip, tough to overcome. Prior to that, though, the horse set a new lifetime mark. Last quarter in 26-4. I think that just speaks to his condition currently.
There is Periculum. Love the body language of the horse. This is what you, I think, would like to see prior to a big race. Nice and relaxed on the racetrack, and Scott's ear on. They're just waiting for post time here. Time to roll. And Periculum, he has done absolutely nothing wrong over the last couple of seasons. A son of Muscle Hill, career winner now of $1.5 million. Gruesome Twosome did a lot of his early racing in your neck of the woods in Indiana. You would know a lot about this guy, and quite a resume as well for him.
He does. He, as you said, comes from my country in Indiana. A 4-year-old horse by You Know You Do, who really set the Indiana Sire Stakes program by storm, or took the Indiana Sire Stakes program by storm, both his 2- and 3-year-old year. So he's an Indiana Sire Stakes champion. Driver Daryl Bontrager did much of the training and driving as a 2- and 3-year-old. They opt to send him out here as a 4-year-old to the great Nancy Tactor. Interesting about Gruesome Twosome, Greg, he not only racing as a 4-year-old, but he also covered a book of mares as well. So pulling double duty, and he's just really getting rolling for this season as well. 5 starts, 1 win on the season.
That's an interesting aspect of the business. We've seen horses that do that double duty. A lot of them, it helps them on the racetrack for whatever reason. You know, they're a little bit sharper out on the racetrack, you know, from past experience in that regard. Let's talk about Oh Well. He had a runner-up finish in the Hamiltonian. That's really been the story of his career. This son of Muscle Hill has $1.6 million on his program, but a lot of people feel he's left money on the table over the course of his career. You look at his lifetime summary, 35 starts. He has 8 wins, but 13 runner-up finishes. There's been a lot of times where he looked like he could win the big money race and he falls just short, but he has been an excellent, excellent horse to have in the barn.
Yeah, you may not get your picture taken as much, but $1.5 million, not too bad finishing second. But as you said, we were just sitting here a few years ago talking about if this horse should break through. And as we said, some horses just camera shy, and I think that's a very telling stat. As you said, 13 second place finishes. Again, take nothing away from him, $1.5 million, the richest horse in the field, but he's going to have his work cut out for him from the outside post here today.
Another of the Melander trainees is Security Protected, and we talked about his bad luck last year in the Hamiltonian, but comes into today off a winning effort right here last time.
And Andrew McCarthy looking to break through with this one. He's been the regular pilot. As you said, a big effort in his last. From an outside post, they'll start from the inside here today, and he looks to score his 2nd win of the season.
The stakes and track record in this event is 149-2, set last year by the great trotting mare, Jiggy Jog. What is in store this year? To give us the description, back up to Ken Warkentin.
Memorial. Here they come. Off and trotting, Chopper Craze is out fast with Up Your Deo on the inside and Sir Pinocchio on the rail. Those 3 across the track as Alexis Cody launches a 4-wide bid around the first turn. Cutting the corner, Take All Comers from the 2nd tier, soon to be 5th on the inside. Private Access is 6th, and then it's Security Protected on the inside. 7th, Periculum, the favorite, looking to go up on the outside. Then comes Hill Exotic and Gruesome Twosome, and Oh Well is the trailer. 26-2. A rapid clip early here. And taking over, it's Lexus Cody and Yannick Gingras after 3/8 of a mile. Lexus Cody lands up front. Sir Pinocchio now trotting in 2nd. Up Your Dale gaps a bit in 3rd. Inching up uncovered is Private Access 4th. Chopper Craze is pinned in 5th. Periculum following cover. And then it's Take All Comers on the inside. Getting underway from the back is Hill Exotic, along with Oh Well. Shuffle to the rear, Security Protected, then Gruesome, Twosome, Half. 54 seconds onto the far turn they go. They chase Lexus Cody by a length. Here comes Private Access and Louis Wall. Now second and threatening. Sir Pinocchio's in the pocket spot. Periculum, a golden second over trip in fourth. Up Your Deo, shovel to fifth on the inside. Hill Exotic up third over sixth on the outside. And Oh Well fans to the outside with work to do. 3/4, 1:22 and 1, demanding fractions here. And digging in, Lexus Cody, and steamrolling first over Private Access, and slingshotting off cover Periculum, open road. Shapper Craze with room on the inside, but Periculum explodes with trot for the money man. Scots are on. Periculum, a dominant winner over Security Protected. Then it was Chapter Craze and Private Access. Periculum in 1:49 and 3.
Periculum, absolutely golden second over trip. Compliments of the money man, Scott Ziron, and he's a 1:49 and 3 winner. That just 1/5 off of the stakes and track record of 1:49 and 2 set last year. And when the race works out like it did, Emily, for a horse of this caliber, the end result in the final quarter was pretty much told.
Yeah, as you said, when you work out a second over trip, just like we saw in the Hamiltonian Oaks, it was all over but the shouting, and Periculum just putting his head down and trotting. New lifetime best effort, Greg, as we talked about before the race. Horse looks like he's really just getting into motion, and you love to see that there. Ears up across the wire, and cool, calm, and collected.
And with the Hamiltonian straight ahead, a 1-2 finish for trainer Marcus Melander. We'll be back with more in a moment.
Al-Raj Farms, more than 4 decades of trend-setting in modern-day trotting. Al-Raj Farm is the birthplace of millionaires such as Fern, Muscles Marinara, Whiskey Tax, and Dewey, Color in the Line. Al-Raj Farm is also home to some of the top brood mares in the sport, such as Ice Attraction, Non-Stick, 7 Times a Lady, and She Shack. Check out their lineup of 16 yearlings by sires such as the great Muscle Hill, Walner, Chapter 7, Captain Corey, and first cropped by Back of the Neck and Ukiri D, selling this fall in Lexington, Kentucky. The birthplace of 2-year-old trotting filly Breeders' Crown champion, Lady Landia. You can find them all at alrajfarm.com or on Facebook. Al-Raj Farm.
You have to get out and embrace the adventure. In Lancaster, there are so many hidden gems to explore, and the fall is the best time to do it.
Lancaster is a destination that has this incredible rich history and the countryside and the culture. We kind of have it all.
You can master harness racing with the power of DRF Harness. It's a must for every Standardbred player. Visit drf.com/harness to read fresh stories from award-winning writers like Jay Bergman, Derek Givner, and more. Raise your game with the best-in-class harness IPPs and analysis from the industry's top tracks. View entries and results, and sign up for our free DRF Harness Digest newsletter in seconds to stay up to date on everything harness. DRF, we're not just thoroughbreds.
We are back and getting a look at the closing stages of the John Cashman Memorial Trot and Periculum. Scott Zeron converting from a second over trip to stop the clock in 1:49 and 3. The third win in 4 trips postward this year and the 14th lifetime for the trotter, and a new career speed badge as well, and a popular winner on the tote board, $2.80. You know you're in good form when the win price is that low at this level.
As you said, to good form, just 3 starts or not, the horse was coming into this race exactly where he needed to be, and the betting public responded. Interesting that you get a little bit of a price on Security Protected. This is a horse he was 6-1 on the morning line, sent off near there come post time. As Team Melander finishes 1-2, as we talked about, Andy McCarthy, this horse, another one that raced extremely well in this particular spot.
And for young trainer Marcus Melander, a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He's been close to winning the Hambletonian before. It looked like as close to a sure thing as you could get back in 2019. Here he is again today with an amazing entourage going postward. Has to be feeling good after a 1-2 finish here.
As we talk about, getting to the winner's circle is great. Getting to the winner's circle on Hamiltonian Day just hits different. And as you said, maybe getting some of those nerves out as well. Much the same for the drivers. Always good when you can get a victory, whether it be not just a stakes race or not. Getting the job done feels great on Hamiltonian Day.
It is the Centennial edition of the Hambletonian this year. This is the 100th time the Hambletonian has been contested. So much history. We take a look back now in this retrospective.
A showcase of the finest 3-year-old trotters in the nation, the Hambletonian Stakes was first contested at the Syracuse Fairgrounds in 1926 for a purse of $73,451. Driver-trainer Nat Ray was the winning pilot of Guy McKinney.
Away from the rest of the field, it is Guy McKinney to win the first Hambletonian.
Named after Risdick's Hambletonian, a founding sire to whom almost all North American standardbred horses can be traced, the father of the American trotter. The race was moved to Lexington, Kentucky the following year, and then to Goshen in 1930. Rosalind became the first filly to win the race for driver-trainer Ben White.
And Rosalind gamely stands off all challengers, the fastest Hambletonian ever trotted.
From 1957 through 1980, the Hambletonian switched homes yet again, this time to DuQuoin State Fair in Illinois.
It's our Steve Lobel on the outside winning the Hambletonian.
In 1981, set against the backdrop of New York City, the Meadowlands Racetrack in East Rutherford, New Jersey became the latest and longest-running host venue. The urban stage for the most memorable moments.
Mac Lobel has won it by 5 winding lengths, and the time was 1:54 flat. Park Avenue Joe, Probe, here's the finish. Too close to call.
Well, it's a dramatic 2-horse battle. Continental Victory has done it.
From the Pennsylvania Fairs to the Hamiltonian Winner's Circle, it's vivid photo.
Operation Hambletonian complete. It's Muscle Hill 150-1, equaling the world record.
It's Marcacelli needs the line. Guccio, Miami keep closing. Gonna be tight. Marcacelli holds on. Pearl, Yannick Gingras, and Nancy Tactor. He's king of the Hamiltonians. It's Carl.
Now entering its 100th year, diehards, casual fans, and newcomers alike await what piece of history will unveil itself. 10 horses, $1 million, and a dream to be the best.
So much fun to look back at the history of the race and the storylines that you think of over the years, the moments, the great moments. And the race where you have to come to expect the unexpected. And we look back no further than last year, and I think the weather was the big story. The skies opened just before the race went, and it gave us an indication of what to expect, because after they crossed the wire and Yannick Gingras finally got his first Hambletonian win, the emotions came pouring out of him.
It did. It was very metaphoric, as you said. It was something that he had been waiting on, and torrential downpour or not, it did not dampen the spirits that we saw in the winner's circle, and I think the dramatic effect just added the dramatic effect with the rain as well, Greg. And you talk about the Hamiltonian and quirky things happen. I analyze a lot of races, and every time I approach the Hamiltonian, I have to look at it multiple times and try to pick out what I think is going to be unexpected. Obviously not all that successful, but as you said, the unexpected often happens.
And then it is coming down to the trip department sometimes in terms of the unexpected. And we saw that earlier today, I think, in the Hamiltonian Oaks, where a couple of the elimination winners got caught far back, and things just did not work out for them this afternoon. So you have to be in good position, and that's why we have the best of the best in terms of drivers here today too, and they know how to deliver on the big stage. But we have to go back to young trainer Marcus Melander, and when you think about him, it's not just a matter of if he's going to win a Hamiltonian, it's when. And many feel that this might finally be his time.
I agree completely. As you said, he's one of those trainers that year in and year out, of course, it's a big zero in the win column, but each year he shows up with a strong contingent. Multiple years he's shown up with multiple horses as well. And this year, no different there, as he sends out plenty of horsepower as we talk about the first and second choice in the morning line. Have to believe that if you're looking for your first Hamiltonian, that's the way you would want to do it.
He had Green Chew as the big favorite back in 2019, and for backup, he had Jim Pansy and Green Manalishi, but it was Forbidden Trade, the Canadian Invader, who upended on that occasion, and his connections are back this year, so a lot of intrigue around this year's event. Another young trainer that's hoping for big things this afternoon, Carter Pinsky. He sends out Go Dog Go. He's standing by with our Mark McKelvey.
Well, thank you very much, Greg. Yes, in the paddock here with the trainer of Go Dog Go, Carter Pinsky. And Carter, right off the hop here, we'll address the elephant in the room. Post 10 in the Hamiltonian. Nobody wants to hear that. So how did you take it on Tuesday when you saw the post draw?
Last week, we're beaten favorite, and, things just really didn't go our way. The horse didn't have a great day. And then you get to Tuesday and you draw the 10 hole. I mean, it's not very fun, but you know what, on a different aspect, the pressure's off. The horse had a good week now. We found a few things to pick out and, work on, and hopefully we should have them freshened up, and, it's just going to have to take some luck. So.
Well, it's the 10 hole, but you've got a great horse, a horse that obviously you were probably all winter, had that first Saturday in August circled. How's he come along this season?
I couldn't say enough about the horse, the way he's changed from last fall over the winter and into this racing season. And like you say, you point him for one race, but all season has just been a joy to work with. He's a smart horse now. He's a gamer. He appreciates the work, and he's just been he's been a treat. So.
Well, we wish you the best of luck here today. We can say Post 10 has won the Hamiltonian before. Maybe it'll happen here for a second time.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we can hope.
All right, there you go. Go Dog Go, one of the starters in the $1 million Hamiltonian.
A trotter certainly with the credentials to upset today, but would need a lot of luck, no doubt, on his side. As Mark said, Post 10 has been able to win the race in the past. Driver Todd McCarthy has been able to win in the past too, so there are some things going in his favor.
Very much so. As he said, he does have things working in his favor, and we talked earlier, Greg, about the favorites and how it was leading up to the race. 3 weeks ago, I think if you would have asked multiple people, they would have said Go Dog Go, a likely morning line favorite for the Hamiltonian. Obviously, a lot of things change, and we talk about Post 10. That's certainly one of those factors. He's 10-1 on the morning line, but he doesn't know that.
That's right. We remember a tactical approach from a few years back, and it's probably going to take a trip like that. We remember he left out, got position on the pylons, and just stayed there. And I think that's what you have to do, right? Let others do that work. Let them battle in the middle stages of the race, and then hope you can pick up the pieces late.
And there's something to be said too. You know, when you talk about the morning line favorite, the first and the second choice, there's a lot of pressure that comes with that. So just like tactical approach, maybe slightly dismissed from a betting standpoint, certainly not by his connections, but from a betting standpoint, almost takes the pressure off, right? Scott Zeron talking about how you have to be cool, calm, and collected. Certainly one of those spots, and it paid off for him. I think much the same for Go Dog Go. His connections, you know, bringing this horse into this race primed perfectly. Maybe not as sharp of an elimination, but as we heard from Carter Prinsky, some changes to be made, and he's danced all the big dances thus far this season.
And going into the race following the eliminations, a tough decision for one driver in particular, Dexter Dunn. He had to choose between Super Chapter and Maryland. One colt undefeated this year, the other one winless on the season. That's the one he goes with. Tell us why.
Yeah, I wish I could tell you exactly. You know, when you talk about decisions, I think I'm very indecisive. I don't think I could have made that decision. I wouldn't wanted to have made that decision. But as we talk about, a lot goes into these decisions, and Dexter certainly has a front row seat to both those horses, and he opting to the horse he thinks he has the best shot with.
Last one to face this type of dilemma in recent years, Yannick Gingras. He had the great filly Mission Brief and Pinkman going into the final. He stuck with the filly, wouldn't you know it. Pinkman was the winner, and we know how difficult it was for Yannick to finally get over the hump, and he did it last year with the great Carl. And earlier this afternoon, we saw that same scenario unfold in the Hamiltonian Oaks, where Andy McCarthy had the choice between two. The one that he opted away from, James McDonald picks it up into the winner's circle.
Yeah, like you said, that hits a little different, as you said, and it's a tough choice to make, and a lot of factors obviously go into it. And just as we talked about, the trip, you can put the horse in the perfect spot, but they've got to show up, and they've got to be just right on this particular day.
All right, we are now getting ready to have another look at Marcus Melander. Earlier this week, we took a trip to the farm to find out how he is feeling going in to another Hambletonian where he has strength in numbers.
This is about the drive.
Yeah, no worries. You do that, yeah.
Hey, bud.
And all good?
All good.
Everything decided now? Or?
Everything's decided. He picked Maryland. My name is Marcus Melander, and in today's Hambletonian, I'm training Machuga, Super Chapter, Maryland, and Blank.
But it's Super Chapter, 5 for 5. Super Chapter dominates over Maximus Mieres.
We had 5 that we tried to qualify for the final, and 4 of them made it. So, I mean, it's trainers that never have a horse in a Hamiltonian. So having 4 this year, it's unbelievable, yeah. Last year, you know, he did great, finished up being second in the Valley Victory after made a lot of money. And then, of course, in the shadow of Maryland, you know, when he went on his run, you know, people maybe didn't talk as much about him as they did with Maryland. So he was a great horse last year, and he showed this year he still is a great horse. I've been happy with his every start he's been. I mean, he's been flying home every time, and you know, it feels like the form is right there. So we draw good. You know, he's a great horse. He showed that already. He never gives up. So hopefully, you know, with the right trip, he can get it done. Both are consistent horses. You know, Meshuggah is made over 400,000 and no one ever talks about him, but he's right there. You know, he was third in the Mohawk Million last year, went to the British Crown final. Now he was third in the Swag here about a month ago, and then, you know, he got locked in there in the elimination. So he can pick up a good check if you know, if we got some luck there. And Blank is, you know, he also been racing great here the last couple of starts, but the 8th hole, he needs a little bit of luck from there. You know, you can't push him from the beginning because then he won't have anything until the end. So he needs to save his speed, and then he can, you know, then he can speed home pretty good. But we need some luck. We have great horses that can win the race this year. If we don't get it done, you know, we'll try again next year.
Marcus Melander with 4 chances today. There's a look at Maryland. Winless this season coming in, but got the vote of confidence from driver Dexter Dunn.
And as you said, winless, but as we heard from Marcus Melander, he's finished up all of his races with plenty of trot. He's one of those, as we talked about with those eliminations, all eyes were on him, equally as impressive with his elimination effort.
Will today be his day? We will find out soon. The Hambletonian straight ahead.
Market share 122 and 3 in the stretch of the Hambletonian, and market share powers to the top with Tim Tetrick. Market share, Uncle Peter can't trot with him. Guccio up on the far outside. My MVP is closing hard. It's market share who needs the line. Guccio, my MVP closing, gonna be tight. Market share holds on.
Market share from back in 2012 giving Tim Tetrick his lone Hambletonian victory to this point. Teamed up on that day with Linda Toscano, and a couple of wins for her in this very prestigious event, as we are just a few moments away from meeting the field for this year's Hambletonian. And in fact, Market Share will be with us today. He's going to be the parade marshal.
He will. And we saw Muscle Hill was actually on property as well earlier, Greg. He did a meet and greet with the fans and drivers, trainers, and then we also brought Muscle Hill as well. So, you know, we talk about the Hambletonian and what it means to win this. It makes you a household name around here. Market Share, Muscle Hill, you know who you're talking about when you talk about these Hambletonian winners.
And interesting to see those horses put their stamp on the next generation. And today, a number of former Hambletonian winners and Hambletonian competitors represented by youngsters in the field. Going back to 2019, Melander had Green Shoe, Chimpanzee, Green Man Alishi going postward that day. Green Shoe has 3 offspring this year in the final. Chimpanzee with 1. No Green Manalishi, but I can tell you he's the top trotting stallion in Canada currently. So they've not only made their mark on the racetrack, they're making it off.
Yeah, and as you said, you know, the Hamiltonian, one of those races that pretty much solidifies a stallion career if they obviously can do it. But as you said, when you've got an Hamiltonian in your sights, it certainly elevates things quite a bit because it puts you in that upper echelon of horses.
And to win a Hamiltonian as a trainer, a special accomplishment. Only a handful have been able to do it multiple times. And among the recent generation, Åke Svanstedt, he's won it twice. He'll look for another one today. Earlier this week, we caught up with him for his thoughts coming into this year's final.
Hello, my name is Åke Svanstedt. I'm trainer of Nordic Catcher and Gap Kronos. We're going to race in the Hamiltonian.
Nordic Catcher all the way. Maryland is closing. Nordic Catcher and Maryland hit the line together.
It was a little different to buy a pacing mare to Sweden. They don't have pacer races in Sweden, and of course I was interested of a six-pack, and then there was Some Beach Somewhere mother, and she was trained by Henrik Lundell, neighbor to us here, and she was an okay open mare. And then I have two sons in Sweden, and they look at the horse and they said that I'm gonna like him if I saw him, they said. So yeah, then we bought him. It was the first time I drove tough with him this year. He feels good in the front and come home fast. Yeah, I had high expectations, of course, because he feels so good last year. But he trained back good the whole spring and early this summer and raced 1 second faster for every time. So yeah, that's how I'm happy with that.
Gap Kronos in front by 2. It's Gap Kronos, a convincing winner over Nordic Catcher.
He is a big horse also, maybe a little late, but he raced 51 and 4 last year and won at that. And in the elimination, they come home very fast and he couldn't keep up. But if you go fast the whole mile, then it's better for him.
Captain Corey, Åke Svanstedt is Captain Hamiltonian! Captain Corey!
Yeah, it's a wide open race, it's a lot of good horses, so it's tough.
Åke with 2 wins in the Hamiltonian, 2 chances again today. His past victories coming with Captain Corey. That was kind of a never a doubter. A perfect spiral. That was the year there was some controversy, and one of the rare times there was a disqualification and he got promoted to first. But nonetheless, Okay, a two-time winner. Good chance to make it 3 today.
That's right. As you said, they can't take it away from you once they, as you said, declare you the winner. And you talk about sires. Captain Corey off to a great start as well as a sire. So again, this race just seems to solidify great stallion careers.
I think it's just going to be a matter of time, in fact, before we see a Captain Corey offspring win the Hamiltonian. You are right. He is making a real statement in the Stallion Barn this season. I can tell you we are just moments away from meeting the field for this year's Hamiltonian. Horses, drivers, trainers putting the finishing touches on their connections over in the paddock area. And we're going to give you another quick look at the field for this year's $1 million main event, where we have strength in numbers for a couple of barns again this year. We talked about Svanstedt, of course, Melander with his powerful looking quartet, including the 2 favorites currently, Maryland and Super Chapter. Emoticon Legacy, good price on him. His elimination win, maybe not as impressive as others. Public seemed to be swayed by that. He's 8-1.
And that's the thing you've got to appreciate about the Hamiltonian. If you've got opinion about one of these horses, you feel like they're coming into the race in right form, you can take a swing. It is not out of the ordinary to see a price happen in the Hamiltonians. We talk about long shots and the likes. You've got horses like Cool Papa Bell, and of course we recently mentioned the upset winner, Tactical Approach. So it's not often that we see the heavy favorite always get the job done. That's not something that often happens. As we've talked about all day, a lot goes into it, and as you said, if you've got a strong opinion, you could find a good price on your horse.
It is a race that casual fans of the sport love. Horse players do as well. It's a great betting board this year as we get set to meet the field here in just a moment. And there's a look at market share and Linda Toscano reunited, and they will be leading the post parade. Getting word that Carson Kressley is going to be on horseback, joining as well. This should be a lot of fun.
I wonder if Market Share thinks he's going to post in the Hamiltonian. That's actually his caretaker that took care of him in the Hamiltonian. Shelley reunited with her Hamiltonian champion.
The $1 million Hamiltonian coming up next, and there is a look at Market Share. He looks fantastic, reunited with Linda Toscano, and they are leading the post parade for this Centennial edition of America's Trotting Classic. Outstanding field of 10 getting set to assemble. And one gentleman coming in from Sweden, especially to drive today, Bjorn Goop, making his second Hamiltonian appearance. And Mark McKelvey caught up with him moments ago.
All right, standing by with driver Bjorn Goop, who's driving Meshuggah as we step out onto the track for the post parade. Bjorn, welcome back to the Meadowlands. Talk about getting another chance to come over for the Hamiltonian.
Well, it's a great, big pleasure to come over here to drive such a big race. So, yeah, it's a big honor.
The Melander stable has 4 horses in here. What do you know about Meshuggah?
Meshuggah is a good horse. He was locked up with a little gas left the last time. But we just have to trail by the rail and see, you know, what happens. He's broke 2 times by the rail, so we just have to try to take him away, and then, yeah, we're going to trail and see.
All right, best of luck. Bjorn Goop sitting behind Meshuggah in the Hamiltonian.
Very accomplished Swedish driver, a veteran. He will know exactly what The orders are from Marcus Melander here, two gentlemen that would know themselves very well. A son of Green Chew, the Melander trainee who was the close runner-up back in 2019, and a horse that could be sneaky good in here.
You know, Marcus Melander saying that. He's made $418,000 and no one's talking about him. So a horse that has the resume, he draws favorably, and just like we saw in the Oaks, James McDonald picks up the drive for the first time. Could Bjorn Goop make it the same in the Hamiltonian as well?
So nice to see Market Share leading the post parade. We were remarking he looks like he could go out there and compete with them today.
He does, and he looks like he wants to as well. He has to know where he's at. It was great to hear, you talk about the Hamiltonian and the atmosphere, fans clapping and lining up along the fence just to see a horse like Market Share. But as you said, he looks like he could go to the gate today and get the job done.
All right, let's quickly reacquaint you with the field for this year's Hamiltonian. 10 of the very best in North America squaring off. There we get a look again at 2 elimination winners, Super Chapter and Emoticon Legacy. Both perfect this season. Coming into today, something has to give unless we see a dead heat like we did back in 1989. Meshuggah, Maryland, Maximus, Miras complete the inside 5. And then it's the other elimination winner, Nordic Catcher. Good starting spot for him just outside of the main rivals.
As you said, just outside of his main rivals. Will be interesting to see how Team Svanstedt tries to race him here. Obviously, as we've talked all day, a lot of decisions to be made when that gate folds from post 6.
Greenma, Go Dog Go, outside starting spots as we get a look at the massive crowd, the largest we have seen in a number of years. Reminds us of old times here at the Hambletonian. Wonderful to see. We have got the perfect weather, not expecting the skies to open up as they did just before post time last year. No indication of that whatsoever. And you can feel the excitement and the anticipation in the air.
As you said, you can certainly feel it, and the folks lining up and coming out. We thought it was crowded earlier. It's getting even more crowded as folks. This is one of those events, Greg, that I feel like we'll be talking about for a long time. Were you at the 100th Hambletonian? I know I was. And again, as we talk about memories and things like that, this is one of those races that folks don't soon forget.
Yeah, it's a day that people want to be here. You want to be a part of it and celebrate such a special milestone. It's an honor for us. I know it's an honor for the participants as well. All right, let's meet the field on post parade for this year's $1 million Hambletonian. There's Meshuggah, one of the quartet from the Marcus Melander barn. Bjorn Goop made the trip over to drive this guy. 1 for 6 this year. Almost $500,000 though in career earnings.
Post 2 will be the undefeated Super Chapter for trainer Marcus Melander. He was bred by Hanover Shoe Farms. Hanover Shoe Farms, the winningest breeder, the leading breeder of Hambletonian winners with 11 champions. Yannick Gingras, of course, victorious in last year's edition behind Carl.
Trainer Luc Blais and owner Determination of Montreal, Quebec won in 2019 with Forbidden Trade. They've got Louis-Philippe Roy on board their homebred Emoticon Legacy, this time from post 3. He's at 7-1.
There is the look at the 4, your current 8-5 favorite. That's Maryland. Dexter Dunn opting to stick with Maryland after a second place finish in his elimination. He's looking for his first win, but no stranger to success. This is the 2024 Mohawk Million winner. He's a Breeders' Crown final winner, and he's your Dan Patch 2-year-old trotting colt of the year.
Just had a look at 5, Maximus Miras. Lucas Wallen, a young trainer looking for his first Hambo win. He's got the money man Scott Zeron on board. And there's 6, Nordic Catcher, one of the elimination winners from a week ago. Aukus Vonstedt going for his 3rd Hambo title.
Horse was victorious in his elimination and a new lifetime best. As you said, Team Svanstedt looking for their 3rd Hambletonian trophy.
The other trainee, Gap Chrono, saw him a moment ago. There's number 8, Blank, Marcus Melander, another from that barn. Andy McCarthy won in 2020 with the great mare Ramona Hill.
We're looking at the 9, that's Greenma, Tron Schmedchammer. The horse finished 2nd in his Hambletonian elimination. He's won 4 of 9. Tron Schmedchammer, no stranger to success in the Hambletonian as well. He's had quite a bit of success with a horse by the name of Winsong's Legacy back in 2004. He'll start from the outside post 9.
And there is number 10, Go Dog Go. He was 3 for 3 going into his elimination. But unfortunately for him and the connections, a 3rd place finish resulted in him going into the open draw. and he gets saddled with the tough, the demanding outside post 10. But he's got the talent to overcome it if anyone can. That is your field for this year's 100th Centennial edition of the Hamiltonian. A great betting board, favored right now, Maryland. Amazing, Emily. The horse winless in 4 starts coming in, and the betting choice, it's hard to believe.
Yeah, as you said, the betting choice, and has yet to find the winner's circle. But as we talked about, Greg, this horse, no stranger to success. He's just $1.3 million. He was just $11,000 shy of being the richest 2-year-old ever in the sport. So he's got wins. They just might not have been this year.
Going to put you on the spot here with a few moments to go. Who's your pick?
I got to go with Maryland, just as you talked about, winless in 4 starts. I really wanted to go a different direction, but as we talk about looking at those eliminations, he's the horse I thought looked like he was coming into this race in peak form. I loved the way he finished up his mile in that elimination, and as far as the trip is concerned, to me, he seems like the type of horse that's going to be able to work out a big trip. And of course, you talk about Dexter Dunn, he could be that factor. He's had multiple wins today. He's won just about every major stakes there is to date, except for the Hamiltonian, and I think this could be when he gets it done.
Let's bring in Mark McKelvey quickly. Mark, where are you leaning?
I'm going to go with a Melander trainee, and that's going to be Super Chapter. I guess we saw it in the Oaks where a driver picked off what ended up being the winner. In this case, Yannick Gingras was chasing this race for so long, finally won it last year with Carl. I think Super Chapter's in great form. I really think it was a toss-up between him and Maryland, but I think this is the year for Marcus Melander. That said, I think this is going to be an action-packed race, and just standing in the paddock, it was very quiet before those horses came out, so a lot of nervous energy ahead of the 100th Hambletonian.
Well, with nervous energy, you want one cool driver in the bike, and Scott Zeron is exactly that, a 3-time Hamiltonian winner, and he's not even 40 years old. He's got Maximus Miras, I think, peaking at the right time, raging with trot, finishing second in his elimination, looks to give trainer Lucas Wallen his first Hamiltonian title. Sit back, fasten your seatbelts, and enjoy the 100th Hambletonian. Here's Ken Warkenden with the call.
The 100th Hambletonian. Race 12, here they come. And they're off, and Nordic Catcher shoots out. Go Duck, go on the outside. Super Chapter with early speed. Meshuggah from the inside into the top 4, and put in play is Maryland on the outside, 5th. Emoticon Legacy just floated away in 6th. Then it's Maximus Miras at the rear of the field, followed by Gap, Chronos, and Blank. In the early trailer is Green Maw. From post 10, Go Dog Go at 12-1 with Todd McCarthy. Open length leader by 2. 26-1. A torrid opening fraction for Go Dog Go across the backstretch. Super Chapter in for that 2-hole ride. Tightens in for Gingras under a tight rein. Nordic Catcher is 3rd at this point. A gap of 3-4 to Meshuggah 4th and staying in. Maryland gets underway uncovered on the outside. Emoticon Legacy to follow him past the half. And then it's Maximus Miras at the rear of the field with Gap Chronos. Gap Chronos is followed by Green Maw and Blank stride for stride with that one. The half 54-2. So they try to close in on Go Dog Go, dictating his terms here. Nordic Catcher from off the pace for Åke Svanstedt on the outside, first over and challenging. As they head to 3/4, Go Dog Go, and Nordic Catcher applying serious pressure on the outside. It's Super Chapter who's locked in the box for now. Well positioned, Maryland 2nd over and 4th. Meshuggah on the inside 5th. Emoticon Legacy on the outside 6th. They take them by 3/4, and it's Go Dog Go in front. Nordic Catcher is relentless on the outside. Super Chapter needs racing room, had a perfect trip. 1:22-4 for 3/4 in the stretch of the Hamiltonian. Nordic Catcher steamrolls first over, takes the lead. Super Chapter shakes loose late on the outside into 2nd. Late trot from Maryland, but it's Nordic Catcher. Åke Svanstedt wins one for the boss. Nordic Catcher, then Super Chapter, then close Maryland. Or Gap Chronos 150 flat. A stakes record in the Hamiltonian.
Make it 3 Hambletonian titles now for Åke Svanstedt, 3 and counting as he etches his name into the history books. Nordic catcher, full marks for the victory this afternoon, Emily. Different trip scenario than we saw a week ago where he was controlling the fractions. Today, he was in the unenviable first over position for the final half, but boy, he was a powerhouse winner.
I was going to say, the trip really unfavorable if we're being honest, and you put it all out on the line, turning for home, and you leave it up to the horse, and that's exactly what Åke Svanstedt did there. To be honest, Maryland's second over, I think, the connections of Nordic catcher had to be worried with all of the firepower on his back, but again, that's why we race him. You leave it out all on the track, and Nordic catcher was the best today.
He certainly was, and here's the final stages. Nobody within shouting distance of this son of six-pack. And again, Marcus Melander, runner-up one more time, finishing second and third. But the day belongs to Nordic catcher and Åke Svanstedt in stakes record fashion. We'll be back with the winning connections when we return. Here's another look at Nordic catcher in the closing strides of the Hambletonian. The fastest edition ever, 150, and a third Hamiltonian title for Svanstedt. He co-owns this guy with Jeff Corral, the owner of the Meadowlands Racing and Entertainment. And Nordic catcher now with his third win of the season. We said before the post-parade, expect the unexpected. I guess it only makes sense that the winner of America's Trotting Classic has pacing breeding in his lineage.
Exactly, Greg, as you said. I guess I should have heeded my own advice and expected, as you said, the unexpected, and that's a pacing bred mare.
All right, looks like Mark McKelvey is trackside, going to catch up with the winning driver.
Olga Svanstedt, congratulations, Nordic catcher. How does this Hamiltonian feel? You've been here before.
Yes, but this is especially it's the 100th Hambletonian, so of course especially it's what's to say, historical win.
Absolutely, the 100th Hambletonian. Take us through the race. Is that kind of how you envisioned things were going to go? Was that your plan all along?
No, my plan was to try for the front, but it was two horses who was faster than him. So, but I got a good trip, but then first over after the half. But he's strong, and I didn't pick up the speed so much when I pulled him out. So I pick up the speed when it comes to the stretch.
Congratulations, you're back in the winner's circle. This time, Hamiltonian 100. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. As Nordic catcher has won the 100th Hambletonian.
Thank you very much, Mark. And the significance on Oaken Not Lost of the 100th Centennial edition of the Hamiltonian. So many great champions, and a Nordic catcher now going to add his name to the list. Getting the blanket presentation adorned with the flower bouquet as well. And this is another thing that impresses me with these great horses, Emily, how well behaved, how cool they are after doing what they just did.
Yeah, he performed the race of a lifetime, and he is cool, calm, and collected, and getting his blanket on and allowing folks to, you know, kind of make over him as well, and just speaks to the depth of the talent that we see. Talked to driver Scott Zeron, and he said that's what separates these great horses is their intelligence and their ability to act and take in all that is around them.
Super chapter, Yannick Gingras finishing second. Yannick was trying for back-to-back Hambo wins. Maryland, who was the race favorite, ends up third. So a 2-3 finish for Marcus Melander. But he said earlier in the week, he said if it doesn't happen this year, he'll be back again next season. We have no doubt about that. Olga Svanstedt, Trainee Gap Kronos rounding out the top four. And there a look at the payouts. A generous $11.20 win ticket on a horse that was ultra impressive in winning his elimination. There's the boss, affectionately known as the boss here, Jeff Garrell. Jason Settlemore in the winner's circle as well. You see at the horse's head, Sarah Svanstedt, Oka's wife, and such an important part of their operation.
Yeah, as you said, and she's one of those that is day in and day out hands-on with these horses, and it speaks to, you know, just the team effort that it takes, Greg, as we talk about, you know, the grooms and the caretakers, and Sarah, an integral part of Team Svanstedt, and she right there with him enjoying this as they should. 100th Hambletonian, and you talk about Jeff Garrell, owner of the Meadowlands, a historic event, and again, this is one of those races you won't soon forget.
The entire family is there celebrating as well. You have to wonder, will we one day see one of those youngsters here training their own Hamiltonian winner at some point in time? This is a generational family type business, and I would expect that we probably will see that. Åke Svanstedt now with a third Hamiltonian title. I mean, he's creeping in on the likes of Jimmy Takter and Chuck Sylvester. They have 4, and only 3 trainers to win 5 Hambos, and I don't think it's his last.
I couldn't agree more, and you know, that's what you got to love about these trainers is their tenacity, just like you talk about Melander saying if we don't get it done this year, we'll be back. Similar story for Team Svanstedt. They had several fillies that looked like they were primed for a Hamiltonian Oaks, and the eliminations were not kind. The fillies didn't show up maybe as they expected, and so there were a lot of question marks, and of course it didn't get it done in the Hamiltonian Oaks, but they're going to turn around and do it in the Hamiltonian, which is probably a little sweeter.
And the spoils of victory now for Nordic catcher gets to drink from the winner's trophy, one of the very cool traditions of the Hamiltonian. And look at the horse, just looks like a professional out there. Really impressive to watch. And you have to feel for some of the connections that couldn't get it done today. There's so much blood, sweat, and tears that goes into it from year to year. They are all pointing for this one race. Everything has to go right. You need luck on the day as well, and it all comes down to 2 minutes or less.
Yeah, and just like we talked to Oka there, you know, it doesn't work out like you thought. He said he wanted to leave, and a number of those horses leaving, and that were a touch faster. So you've got to make decisions on the fly, and that's what makes this race so special. And I think that's what makes it interesting too, Greg. You know, you've got to leave it all on the line, and that's what we saw. There was no taking back, no racing conservatively. It's all systems go once that gate folds, and again, may the best horse win, and that's what we saw today.
Carson Kressley on hand for the winner's presentation. We see him in that winner's enclosure. John Campbell, Mr. Hamiltonian, right beside Oka, and congratulating him. He knows that feeling well. He's been in the winner's circle 6 times over the course of his Hall of Fame career. And again, look at the Svanstead children, the next generation that we will very likely see in a Hamiltonian winner's circle again for many years to come. Nordic Catcher getting it done in stakes record time. August Svanstead, he's been in North America now for just around 10 years, maybe a little bit more. What an impact he has made. What is it about him that you think makes him so good?
You know, we talk about these races and these specific races, and I think that's maybe what sets him apart is, you know, his ability to peak a horse at the right time. Nordic Catcher, a horse with just 9 lifetime starts, and really you look at his resume, he's been no worse than 3rd in 9 lifetime starts. Maybe you haven't heard a lot from him, but this is a race that you circle on the calendar, and that's exactly what he did with this horse here.
All right, back over to Mark McKelvey in the winner's circle, catching up with some of the happy connections.
Thank you, Greg. Yes, in the winner's circle after Nordic Catcher's win in the Hamiltonian, and owner Jeff Gural. Talk about your emotions right now here at a place and a sport that you've put so much into to win the 100th Hambletonian.
I give all the credit to Oki and Sarah, really. They're such great trainers. I just along for the ride, but I've been giving this trophy out since I bought the place, and it'd be nice to give the trophy out to myself. Last year I won the Oaks, so Sarah said, I've got one last thing, I got to get you a Hamiltonian. And here we are. So, and the thing that he won easy. I mean, it was like a tough race, and it wasn't a tough race. I mean, he literally won easy, you know. He didn't get a good trip. You know, he's first over and drew off. So I'm thrilled. And it's a great crowd today. The weather, everything, I don't know what I did right, but the weather's usually terrible. Hot, raining, thunderstorm. Today is a gorgeous day, and we have a big crowd. So everything's going my way.
Absolutely, checking a lot of boxes. Big time thrill. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, there you go. Jeff Gural, one of the owners of Nordic Catcher, who wins the 100th Hambletonian.
To Jeff Gural, a very important win for him, certainly. And he has put so much blood, sweat, and tears and money, of course, into the operation here at the Meadowlands Racing and Entertainment, the mecca of harness racing. And today he gets to celebrate a victory in the 100th Hambletonian with his Nordic Catcher. Again, as we take another look at the closing strides. We'll be back with more winning words when we return.